Hello. What's up, boys? All right, look, so for the next 2 weeks, this is going to be my setup. It's unfortunate, but I don't have like my DSLR and everything. But the trailer just came out, so we're going to go check it out. And then we got Star Grift, and Ryan's going to be coming on too. So let me just, I got one, normally I have like 3 screens. I got one screen going on right now. So hold on, let me, bear with me. 1 second. I have my microphone though, but it doesn't really sound great. So hold on. Okay, 1 sec. Okay, cool. Are we good? Not ideal, but still making it happen. You feel me? Wait, let me get my headphones. So how are you guys doing? What's going on? Greetings. Thank you everyone who purchased a Saber. Never had sales like that before. It's crazy, and right now we're building a massive new website. So, very excited. If you order before the 25th, your Sabers will start to ship out pretty soon. But it's been a really exciting process. So I hope you guys are ready for a lot to come with that. Already getting ready for our next launch. Is this the right one? No, I was gonna put this in my ear. Check out how beautiful it is here, man. I love Miami. This is great. It's so nice. Beautiful. Should probably do a theory talks again too. He did it again. He retconned another person's work. Ventress died, and now she's what? Ventress? What are you talking about? Hold on. Let's go. Right. Should we do it like, okay, Spam, what if we should do it like this or like this? Oh, thank you, dude. This or this? 1, 2. 1, 2. What do you mean? No one else had an issue. Two. Like that. All right. Ready?
We're running out of road!
Okay, I don't know why it's coming out of my... Sorry. It's coming out of my... Wait, there's lag? Is there actually lag? Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, such a fail. Such a fail, dude. That's unfortunate. Let me try to connect to my phone, like data or something. Where's my Yeah. All right. Should be fine. I'll just connect to my data. One moment, please. All right, let's. It might crap out for a second, but I think it'll be fine. We gotta hurry up because we have Grift in a minute. Well, actually, maybe we could do it on Grift, and then the boys can react to it too. Maybe that's a better idea. Hey? Because you get Ryan on there too. I think that'll be good. Is there lag while I'm talking? Or no, it's fine. I'm trying to connect my microphone, see if that works. I'm sorry. It's just like this right now, okay? But enjoy the view of the ocean. I'm gonna get very crafty. Hold on. I'm gonna get very, very crafty. So we're gonna actually use my phone as the webcam, okay? Watch this. I'm about to get real crafty. Real crafty, okay? Check this out. Check this out, baby. So what's new with you guys? Hey, anybody coming to MegaCon? Y'all gonna be there? Y'all gonna say hi? Okay, enter studio. I'm gonna remove myself for a second. All right. What about now? I guess we just gotta do it like this. Stupid. Yeah, it didn't work. It's okay. It's pretty entertaining. Wait. Just gonna roll with this. All right. Whatever. So was it? Was it still being super laggy? Yeah. I'm an up-and-coming YouTuber, guys. Give me a chance. Okay, so let me know if it's lagging or not. I hope not, but... let's see.
Self-exit, boys.
Let's move!
I thought that the end of the war would mean an end to losing more of our brothers. But I was wrong. We can't just walk away. Not with the Empire imprisoning the kid.
Secure her in a cell.
Omega's been waiting for us a long time. Our mission is not over yet.
There is nothing of greater importance to secure the future of this empire. Whatever is needed to accomplish this goal, you will have it.
They are coming.
Okay.
For all of you.
Give us a real challenge. Everyone, down!
We're not big on following orders.
I wasn't planning on killing you, but you're making it very tempting.
Oh, damn. Okay, 3 episode premiere in a month. Is today the 21st? Today's 22nd. So I guess Dave Filoni read Dark Disciple and was like, nah, we don't need her to be dead. Which honestly I'm happy about because she's one of the coolest characters as a female. So, but I think there needs to be a little better correspondence with their teams regarding the stories that they tell. So if they're gonna like the thing that really caught my eye, which I know is a small thing, but I'm a sweaty. So in the Vader comic, they burned Yoda's lightsaber. Master Mita took it, he threw it in the furnace, and he burned it. Pretty much at like the celebration after Order 66. Or kind of like during. And then we see it in the Book of Boba Fett. So I was super confused why they don't really stick to the actual canon of what's in the books and what's in the comics. But I guess it doesn't matter. So who cares? Like, to be real, and this is the way George saw Star Wars, he sees them as 1 to 6. Everything after that is just extra stuff, right? So all of his comics, all of the books, Dark Horse stuff when George was involved, those were all just extra ancillary fun stuff. Kind of just, extending the story. But he said this several times, and it's documented, that, to him, Star Wars is 1 to 6 in the Clone Wars. So I think Dave kind of feels the same way, where he's like, you know what, I'm going to tell the stories I want to tell with the characters I want to tell, and I just don't want to have to adhere to some books and stuff like that, which to me I'm down for, because Asajj Ventress is a really sick character, because she was in the dark side, she was with Dooku, she was in the Clone Wars, and now she's more so light, I guess you could say, and changed her ways a little bit. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fans that are pissed, because, for years, Dark Disciple has been a great book, and in it, she did have a good death, right? So she sacrificed herself for Quinlan Voss. So this means that her and Quinlan could meet again in the movies, because they're both around. So, interesting. We'll see what happens. As for the story and the breakdown, I'll probably have to do that later tonight. I'll watch it properly. I'll probably just record it with my camera, and then I'll send it to Toxic. You watching? We'll send it to you. I think this season could be exceptional. I think it could be the best one. The last few were great, but they had some slow moments, of course, with some filler stuff that I wasn't too big a fan of. But I think it could be good. I think it could be awesome. Let's go ahead and watch it one more time, and then I'm going to send the link to the boys. Actually, let me just send the link to them right now so they have it. Or should we start a whole new stream? You guys let me know. One sec, let me get everything situated here. Man, why is everyone so sick these days? I'm sick. I've been sick for the last few days now. It's whack. This is what it's gonna be like for the next few weeks, boys. With this setup here. One sec. Just got one screen. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Weather change, flu season? Yeah, maybe. It's funny, I was fine in Vancouver. It was super like cold and snowy, but okay. Yo, can you all do me a favor while we invite the boys in? I want you to, when I say refresh the screen, and go check out the link in the description. Okay, go ahead and refresh everything if you want. Go grab a saber. Some of them are extremely... What? I don't think they're retconning DD. They've already made a post about it on StarWars.com. What do you mean? It's more than likely a flashback, or maybe they shift the timeline a bit, which is fine. I don't think it's a... I don't think that was a flashback. Y'all might as well retcon Dooku's death. Well, Dooku's death was in the film, so I think whatever happens in the films stays in the films. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Apparently they're still keeping her death canon. But we'll explain why she's back. Night Sister magic, perhaps. Oh, geez, that'd be wild. But no, if it was Night Sister magic, she'd have green energy. Sometimes. Enter Lord Vader. Oh, it's good, Benjamin. Nice to hear. Smash or pass Chewie? I don't know. What are we doing? Are we sending... Oh, sick. That's fucking good news. Nice. Oh. Yeah, let me send this out to the guys. Well, let me change the title then, I guess. Alright, just waiting for the boys to come on now. I mean, a theory that Grand Admiral Thrawn and the Night Sisters will resurrect Darth Maul in Ahsoka Season 2 or make a Zabrak arrive similar to Maul. I mean, yeah, that'd be cool. Where can I buy one of your sabers? Link in the description, baby. TheorySabers.com. There's one right now for $175, and it's a very nice quality saber. Oh. Someone just bought another one. It's like every hour. It's crazy. I mean, the first day was just like nonstop. I had to turn my phone off because it was just. But it's wild. I can't wait for the full site to be. Very excited. A lot of things to come. Hey man.
Hey, what's up? Are we live?
Yeah. I was doing the reaction and then I just.
Well, there we go. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Bad Batch trailer, right? I hear myself echoing.
Okay, let me go get a thing.
Yeah, either do that or there might be some kind of echo cancellation thing you can hit. I don't know.
Maybe I'll just go jump off the balcony. Maybe that.
I mean, I still think that if I was here and that was happening, they would still hear me echoing. So you could kill yourself and it wouldn't solve anything.
You could hear me scream on the way down.
It would make some losers really happy, but I don't think.
No, they'd have nothing else to talk about. What do you mean?
That's true. What's up, chat? Yeah, Reddit would like that, says Patrick. Yeah, some people would. Yeah, why am I always so... It looks like I have John. It's my lighting. I don't understand why my lighting is so bad. It's always so crappy. So, listen, I don't have 3 million subscribers, all right? I just have these little crappy ring lights. I look better. I look better on my freaking phone. It's just a Samsung phone. What?
Did you just say jaundice?
I do. Look at me. I look yellow. That's not how I look in real life.
It's sickle cell.
Well, I don't think I have sickle cell. I don't think I did an ancestry DNA. 0% African. A lot of UK, a lot of Western Europe, like that kind of area. No African. So I don't think I have sickle cell. Probably not. Yeah, so so I'm echoing because he's got the speakers, right? So if he unmutes right now, you'll hear me through those speakers back into the mic. So that's why when he walked away, it stopped because he muted. I see Benny Canuck there. You're going to be at Vancouver Fan Expo. That'll be cool. Hater Ryan ruins the stream. What can I do? I didn't even know we were live. I just get a message that says, "Hey, Theory told me to pass on the stream, wink," from Mauler. I'm like, okay, cool. And I pop in, you're already live. And you're still muted. Now he's just gone. But I know the Bad Batch trailer dropped. I can't wait to talk about it because it's just another great example of Dave Filoni literally not giving a shit about what anybody else in Star Wars does. And anything he's involved with, just tends to do whatever he wants. But you've got this whole thing about how Kanan Jarrus originally survived Order 66. You know what? We're going to do our own thing in Bad Batch. Screw that. We don't care. Oh, you thought Ventress died in this book that a lot of people actually like in Dark Disciple? You know what? I'm Dave Filoni, and I get to say what Star Wars is. So, hey, you're unmuted.
Yeah. Oh my god, it like blasted my ears.
That could have just been the way I was speaking.
Yeah, your voice blasted my ears. But I can't turn the volume down.
Hello, check.
Can you hear me just fine?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, cool. Maybe let's try to get a little advanced here and use my microphone and see how that works.
Joe Weenie says, Ryan is proving to be more and more right about Filoni, sadly. Listen, I don't care how much people hate me. I've been saying it since I could speak about it.
I like that I like that Ventress is back. It's dope. You don't like it?
Well, why do you... Don't you think that ruins her story arc from Dark Disciple?
Yeah, but I think she's could be so much cooler now because I think we could actually tell really dope stories with her. She was kind of useless before. Now she's dead,
Oh, come on, dude. Like
Hello,
things.
hello.
I feel. Hello.
Does this sound
Check.
good? Does it sound good? Or does it sound bad?
Sounds fine.
Does it sound the same?
Doesn't sound that much different. No. It looks nicer. Travel. It's always fun. So I personally, I think that death has to matter. I think there needs to be some ramifications, for death. And even in something like Star Wars, where you have the capability to have people appear as Force ghosts, and even live on a little bit after their death, there still needs to be ramifications. For instance, if Force ghosts can just call down lightning and like do actual physical damage to things and blah blah blah, then really there's no like ramifications for death. And I think that has to be a very important part of the stories that anybody's telling. Whether it's, whatever you're talking about, supernatural, whatever, science fiction, like death has to matter. And I feel like we see time and time again that even when people are like confirmed it's dead, it sucks. So
hold on. There's a story on StarWars.com. Oh, wait, wow, what? Hold on. Maria, can you put the link in the... Does this sound like shit? Because this is honestly annoying. Hold it.
Can you like not grab it and move it around?
Sorry.
Well, apology accepted.
How about now?
Keep talking.
Hey, my name is Ryan. I've got jaundice.
That sounds good. I still hear myself echoing a touch, probably because I'm so loud in your ears, but I don't think everybody else. I don't know if anybody else could hear it. I would turn yourself up a little bit. Yeah, I can hear myself echoing now. I would turn your mic up a little bit. So what people are saying in the chat is that Star Wars has an article. Let me see if I can actually pull up the stream and click that, because they're saying that it's not retcon, that it might be a flashback, or that it goes along. So let me see if I can find it. In that case, it would be sad for you because you want to see more stories with Ventress. This would just be a flashback.
Yeah, I want to see stories with Ventress. She's cool.
Well, I think don't you think you can tell those stories without bringing her back to life?
Yes, but they're not going to do that.
Let me pull up this stream. This is really a shit show, isn't it?
Because of my mic?
No, just everything.
Oh.
All right, let me see. StarWars.com news. The Bad Batch trailer. The long-awaited trailer offers a glimpse. Watch it below. The shocking appearance of fan favorite Sith apprentice turned free agent Asajj Ventress. We love Asajj. She's a character that we've been wanting to tell more stories about. Brad Rao, supervising director, one of the executive producers. He makes clear. Let's see.
Can you share it on screen?
Yeah. Give me a second.
All right. I'm loud. I'm loud, evil.
All right, you see it? Yeah,
I am sick. I've been sick for two days now. Been working hard on the site for you guys.
Watch the Bad Batch trailer. Blah blah blah. All right, here it is. In addition to the Batchers and Echo, let's see. Omega. Now scattered following the events of season 2, the trailer includes some new creatures and familiar faces, including Wanda Sykes-Fee. Oh, thank God. And ends with the shocking appearance of fan favorite Sith apprentice turned free agent Asajj Ventress. We love Asajj. She's a character we've been wanting to tell more stories about, Brad Rao. And he makes it clear her return will honor prior tales, including the book in which the character apparently perished.
Apparently.
We don't want to spoil anything, but want fans to know any new storytelling will align with events of Star Wars Dark Disciple. The fact that it says apparently perished already makes me think that they are retconning it.
Yeah, well, that doesn't really sound too promising, to be honest.
No. That's apparently perished tells me that they are planning on retconning it, but who knows? I guess we'll have to wait till Bad Batch actually releases to know for sure.
I don't know why they would write that. Apparently, it's like, well, Yeah, that's kind of retconned in my mind. But hey, I'm fine with it.
But it's like,
I know, no, dude, I know. I think her death was actually a really good death. But I mean, do you want Rey to keep going and be like the only powerful chick?
Well, no. I mean, obviously, I, like you, think there should be no women in Star Wars, period.
Right.
Obviously, according to Rolling Stone.
Right.
But no, but I don't think that if you're going to have these characters, you're going to tie up these loose ends, they should stay that way. There's certainly room to tell more stories if you want to tell in that time period. But as we've seen with, other things that are smashed into this between the prequels and the original trilogy arc, there's only so many stories you can tell at some point before it does feel too crowded and too convoluted, like they're too involved in anything. So to answer that question by Maria, well, why would they say honoring previous tales? Guess what they say every time they take a character from Legends and destroy them? They say, we really wanted to honor these characters. That's what they said for Thrawn, and they turned him into an actual retarded person. So, like, just because they say honor those stories, I don't think that should mean anything to you. Listen, I'm not a big fan of a lot of the new canon books or anything. I know a lot of people really do like Dark Disciple. So I think if it is a retcon, it's going to irritate some people.
It was okay. But yeah, I think it's pretty funny they keep retconning all these books and stuff like that, like with the Yoda lightsaber and everything. like how Masamita in the comics threw it in the freaking kiln in the furnace. And then we just see, what's his face? Luke having it. I was like, oh, all right. I just don't think Dave cares about the books. And I'm kind of fine with that because it's like George didn't care. He just cared about 1 to 6 in the Clone Wars.
There's a difference, though, especially when you erase everything, throw it in the trash. And, this is what I say. It's not that George didn't care. It's that he wasn't beholden to them. And he didn't need to be, right?
No.
But he did care because he lifted a lot of stuff from them, clearly. And we've even heard him talk about that, that Stephen Colbert right before Force Awakens came out. And he was well aware of, things that were going on in the books and storylines in the books and, denied and approved some things. But with that being said, he knew that he wasn't beholden to that. When it comes to this, the entire reason for wiping it from the face of the earth was so that everything aligned. Like, that's the reasoning they gave back in 2014. They wanted the clean slate. They wanted to start this and everything would intertwine. That's how they sold it to people.
Yeah.
And to me, for all the people that, again, I was kind of off the train by then, but for all the people that were on the train and that were looking forward to this and got great stories, now, guess what? You find that it doesn't really matter because Dave Filoni wanted to do what Dave Filoni wanted to do. And that's, I don't know. I think that bothers some people.
For sure. I think anything bothers some people. I think you bother some people. I think I bother some people. But who cares? I don't know. I'm all down for new storytelling. So if they're going to take... Asajj was a good character. So if they're going to take her and they're going to try and make her like a better, I don't know, progress her character arc in some sort of way where we have her doing cool shit and then she meets up with Quinlan and then maybe there's like some other sort. But yeah, I don't know why would they even write that article? Doesn't make much sense. But then why would they write, what'd they say? Allegedly?
Apparently perished.
Apparently perished.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
It's not like it's some it's not like that's coming from hey, what's up, Dom? It's not like that's coming from Screen Rant or something where they're speculating. That's from StarWars.com.
Right. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Hey, I'm whatever. I'm down with it. That dude, they've killed Luke, so who cares what they do at this point? They can do whatever. I'm just along for the ride, baby.
Listen, they did this thing that I hate.
I'm gonna blow my nose.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know. He's probably just going to take a piss, to be honest with you. Allegedly perish. Yeah, to me, actually, it's funny. There's a YouTube video. Max Landis made it about the death of Superman from a while ago and how kind of upset people were with the way Superman came back in the comics after that storyline. And about all the different characters in comic books who, since that point in time, have died and come back to life in some way. and how the death of Superman story didn't really kill Superman because he came back. It really killed death and the ramifications that had on storytelling and how people were able to bring people back with little to no consequence and how it just felt so different after that. And that's how I feel with Star Wars as well. I mean, we've talked about Ahsoka plenty. I mean, she's died 3 times that we know of at this point. Who knows if they're gonna, fit another one in there at some point. But obviously, when you do things like bring Maul back the way that they did, if someone can be cut in half and fall several kilometers into a garbage chute, live on a garbage planet, he doesn't even have an asshole. How did he poop for 10 years? I don't know. But when you do things like that, who can't come back? Why? Like Count Dooku. I mean, his head's probably just floating around there somewhere, waiting for some Night Sister to do some magic to it, and he can come back to life. At some point, death can be really important. And I think I think virtually all characters should stay dead instead of all this stuff. I don't know. Yeah, he used a force technique. To disintegrate the shit that was in his own bowels since he couldn't actually pass it when he was on that planet.
You excited for MegaCon? Where's Mauler, dude?
I don't know.
Didn't
He sent me the link. He just doesn't want to be a part of it. He's done. Because he got too much backlash for associating with you. Just no response to that. Probably unplugged himself. I can't hear you. He spent all his money building theory savers and on like Vader episode 2. He doesn't have any money for like good equipment on the road. That's really what's happening. Internet's bad. He's actually at a Motel 6. That's what's happening right now. Sorry I doxed you, bro. Hope no one shows up to the hotel. We can't fucking hear you, just for the record.
Oh, it wasn't plugged. I was muted.
There you go.
Nice.
Now we got you.
Cool. Great. MegaCon?
Yeah, MegaCon Orlando coming up soon. That's about 10, 11 days away, something like that. So that's going to be crazy. I don't know what days are you planning on being around for that? I don't even know.
I'll be there Saturday, Sunday. Probably Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're definitely going to be there like pretty much all day Saturday. We're going to be there Sunday for sure as well. Friday, I don't quite know what the hell's going on yet. But I see Chris Gore in the chat. I don't want anything to do with you both, even though I follow both of you on Twitter. Yes, Chris has also gotten caught up in the girls/boys Star Wars thing.
I saw that. Yeah. The difference between me and Chris is Chris actually at least said something. I didn't fucking say anything. I was just sitting there, and I get blamed for, whatever.
So like I talked about this a little bit on my live stream the other day. There's nothing wrong with acknowledgement that more people of one gender than another might enjoy something. For instance, I think the audience for Barbie, like both the toys and the movie, probably predominantly female. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Not to say there's no men that like care about it or whatever, but probably predominantly female. I think the Star Wars fan base, when you look at it, pretty much everything I've seen and read, it's not like a 90-10. It's like a 70-30, male to female split. There's nothing wrong with that at all. More men than women are interested in Star Wars, but there's certainly still a lot of women that love Star Wars. When we talk about then inherently changing something to target one specific gender, you're taking something that predominantly is enjoyed by men and you're changing it in order to pander to a different group of people. Not only might you turn off a lot of the men who are fans of Star Wars by doing something like that, but spoiler alert, all the women that are out there, the millions of women that are Star Wars fans and have been Star Wars fans, they like Star Wars for what it is. So if you change it, even if you're trying to pander, say, to women or whatever, if you change it, there's a decent chance that a lot of those women might not like those changes either. So when we talk about the things that Disney's done over the past decade plus to try to inherently change the demographics of their brand, both when targeting genders and targeting different age groups, there's a lot of blowback from both genders when it comes to this shit. And saying, you know, obviously, if anyone ever says girls aren't interested in Star Wars or girls don't like Star Wars, that's a hyperbolization. You know what I mean? Nobody actually believes that no women are interested. There's been female fans for forever. But there should also be an acknowledgement of, like, it's okay that more men than women enjoy something. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, she actually, when Sadia said that, she actually fully didn't think that women like Star Wars.
Well, I don't think she's a Star Wars fan or knows anything. I don't think she knows anything about Star Wars.
She's never seen one of the movies.
Yeah. And personally, I don't think that someone who knows nothing about Star Wars should be giving opinions like that on Star Wars. You know what I mean?
No. And in fact, the question wasn't, oh, I talked to her about it. She's like, oh, I guess I made a mistake. Like, simply put, oh, guess I made a mistake. Say, yeah, I guess so. Easy. But, you know, and then it gets blown up to be something. We have to fight for our place in Star Wars. It's like, well, no one said that you don't have a place in Star Wars ever. It was a woman who's never watched Star Wars said that, in her opinion, she didn't even know that women like Star Wars. She had no idea. She thought it was just a bunch of like sweaty nerds. She lives in the Middle East. She's never seen it. So that's her opinion. Who cares? Yeah. It's one person's opinion.
I agree. And typically, if someone doesn't know anything about Star Wars, I don't value their opinion very much.
No, you just let it slide. I mean, man, I remember this guy started talking about Star Wars like he knew it. And he's like, oh, I just started watching, I got into it by watching the new sequel stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. And he started like, he's like, yeah, like, what was that? The one episode with Obi-Wan in it? And I'm like, he wasn't in the sequels. He's like, yeah, he was, bro. I'm like, no, he wasn't. And he's like, yeah, he was. You don't know. And I'm like, there's no Obi-Wan in the sequel trilogy. He shows me a picture. I'm like, that's Luke Skywalker. He's like, oh. I'm like, dude, like, what am I going to get mad at him? Like, you just recognize that he doesn't understand Star Wars or know it.
His voice was in Force Awakens. These are your first steps, Rey.
You got me there, I guess.
But yeah, see, it never appeared though. That was when it was still open-ended, where she could have actually been his descendant or something like that, and all the theories were out there.
I think that would have been maybe a little bit better.
We're gonna get some random Clone Wars flashback that shows like Obi-Wan actually knocked up Satine.
It's quite possible, but then she died. So what happened with the child? Was she taken somewhere? And Jesus, that's loud. I need to get a new setup while I'm out here.
God damn it. I thought it was another half an hour from now. I said
you're late.
I literally sent in the link and then was like, well, I gotta wait for a half hour or whatever.
Yeah, you sent me the link to like go hop on a grenade, like with this shit show of a stream. I come in, I'm echoing, his mic isn't working, he's fucking muted. Like, what the hell's going on?
Whatever. This guy's got a yellow filter. He's got jaundice over here. All right, I'm hacking away. Meanwhile, everything's falling apart. I'm on Rolling Stone's trending for saying something I never goddamn said.
You agreed. She said women hate Star Wars, and he agreed.
God,
she
it's
said
the worst
women
thing
don't
ever.
watch Star Wars, and I laughed, and I'm like, oh my god! Like, and instead of like she's going off on a tangent, answering the question that I asked her about Charmin's stupid ass comment, and I'm not going to interrupt her. I'm just going to be like, well, whatever. You like this is. I think my reaction says it all, but yeah, somehow that means I don't want women in Star Wars. So whatever. Write an article about me. That's what journalism is now today. So, okay.
Yeah, well, you come to learn pretty quickly that whoever you're talking to, if you don't, in essay format, disagree with everything they say that you don't necessarily align with, then you agree with them completely.
It has to be an essay format. It's actually fucking weird, dude. It's like you got to have like a full-on PhD thesis. Like, well, actually, there are about 72.8% women that are actual Star Wars fans. And it's like, no, just let her talk. Who cares? She just said she doesn't watch Star Wars. She doesn't even know what it is.
Well, and I mean, if you were to develop a perspective anyway, if you said to her, like, there's plenty of women that are interested, she might have said, like, no, I understand that. What I mean is, and it could go different directions. You never actually know.
Oh, she did. I've spoken to her several times afterwards, and she's like, she was hit up by NBC to comment, and she's like, this is such nonsense. What is this? She's like, did I do something wrong here? I'm like, well, you said women don't watch Star Wars, and they're pretty upset about it. She's like, yeah, I see that. I guess I was wrong. Do they actually watch Star Wars? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, oh, well, okay. Well, I guess I made a mistake then. Oh, no, easy. Finish.
Well, you can't make mistakes on the internet. You're not allowed.
It's true. And again, that's why you should just never ask a woman her opinion about anything. That's really the lesson learned from this entire thing, Theory, I feel.
Oh, no, that's going to get clipped too.
Do your essay. Go. Tell Ryan he needs to be killed.
No, Ryan, you can't say that. Like, women have just as much of a say as men. Humans are equal. We need to have equality, and like everybody can. No, now people are going to think I'm being sarcastic. You just can't win.
Yeah, I've never been sarcastic in my life, so I don't really understand what that feels like. But
it's such a weird time.
I'm just trying to take the heat off you. You know what I mean?
By
adding I appreciate it. I think you add more.
He said that you should never ask a woman their opinion, and he agreed. That's the next article.
I had a bunch of fans that are lawyers reach out to me, and they're like, you could sue them. I'm like, what? No, what is that going to do? And they're just going to change the title. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't know. I assume you weren't watching Mauler because you didn't even know you were supposed to fucking be here. So I assume you weren't watching. But
it's the worst time because I was literally ready to go. I was just like, I have Discord open, and for some reason, I think it's my fucking microphone on. I didn't see the notification, so I was just like, Theory will DM me as soon as we're about to start. I was just waiting. It's the worst kind of late ever. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't even like editing or fucking talking to anybody really. I was just sitting here.
Just fucking sitting there staring in his face.
Yeah, I was like, I'm ready to podcast.
I have nothing to do. I wish the stream was going already. So what I said before you got here was there's so much gaslighting about that entire story right now of people saying, for anyone that says women have never been interested in Star Wars, I've been a fan since 1977. I loved it. It's like
my mom got me into Star Wars.
It's like I don't think there's very many people that are actually saying that. Nobody that actually knows anything about Star Wars is saying that. Nobody that's actual Star Wars fan is saying that. What is okay is to acknowledge that there might be certain demographics that are like Star Wars is more appealable. Like there's more boys that have been interested in Star Wars historically. That doesn't mean that girls weren't. That doesn't mean that there's no women. It just means most of the audience was made up of boys, made up of men. That's okay. It's okay for different audiences to be interested in different things.
Ryan, in fact, that's exactly what Bob Iger said in his biography. Literally says that Star Wars, when purchased from George, we recognize that it's always been a male-dominant brand with about, I think he said it was 94% men.
So 94 would shock me. Yeah, go ahead.
Or it was maybe even 96. It's in the book. Like all you got to do is pull up the book and type it in Kindle. But yeah, I don't really see what the big problem is. It's just what one person who's never seen Star Wars said. Like she made a mistake. Why are we? Is it true? No, it's not true. Of course, there's so many women who like Star Wars. I think we all know that. So what's no one's trying to silence. It's just such a weird concept to me. I don't really understand it. But whatever.
And it's okay for things to be like more liked by one gender than another. I made the thing with Barbie. Guess what? If they had taken the Barbie movie and tried specifically to market that movie, not to women, but to men, make the entire thing, market everything towards specifically men, I feel like a lot of people should rightly be upset about that. It's like, I grew up with Barbies. I was a big fan of Barbie for a long time. I followed along this. I had all these things. And now you're trying to inherently change the fan base for some reason. Like you'd have the same type of thing. I think that's probably way more female dominant than Star Wars is male dominant, personally, just a guess. But it's nothing wrong with acknowledging that different brands appeal to different people. That's okay. Not everything has to be the exact 50-50 split. And
well, I think it's actually nice that Disney's appealed Star Wars to women as well, because when I have a daughter one day, hopefully she's going to enjoy. But that's the thing, is that she would have enjoyed Star Wars anyways.
Yes. Yeah,
So
and
it in my mind it doesn't make much of a difference, but I remember I had a friend. She was like, "Oh, I think it's really cool that they have Ray now," and I'm like, "Yeah, but they got Ahsoka. Ahsoka's a much better character and actually has some good character development. What do you want? Like your daughter to look at Ray and be like, oh, everything just kind of comes easy? Well, no, you want a really good, fleshed out, developed character. So if we have females like Asajj Ventress, which is why I'm happy that she's coming back, because it's like it's dope if we have chicks that are actually written well and not these stupid, horribly written characters like Ray or Reva. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, Mauler's favorite.
yeah, I think good stories will draw people in. Will draw more people in, regardless of their gender. Right, telling good stories as opposed to targeting.
That's a crazy idea you got right there.
That's literally what I say in the internet. It's clipped out. It's literally what I say in the internet. I'm like, what's your view on what Charmine said about a time a woman shaped Star Wars, and not so much focusing on the gender of the character rather than focusing more on the stories being told and the character development. And then she went off on her bit, and that was the end. That was my last question. It was the end of our discussion. So whatever, man. The internet's always going to try and paint me a certain way, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad everyone on the internet takes me completely seriously and with all my context at all times. So.
I was going to say, I wonder if you'll ever get to Ryan's phase where it's just he's given up caring. It's not even playing into it. It's playing well past it at this point.
I have given up caring. I don't care. I cared a few years ago, but when the Pablo thing happened, that's when my metamorphosis started. I stopped caring.
Yeah. Like it is what it is, and everybody here that like watch whole thing context, they kind of get it. There's gonna be people that hate you no matter what, so whatever. The reality is, whenever you look out at all this stuff in the landscape, whenever you look at your like ratios, whenever you look at the comments people have in your video, it's like it could seem like from a random Twitter perspective because one person that really despises you gets a lot of likes or whatever. When you actually come back and like look at your channel, you're like, okay, this video that everyone's so upset about apparently has a 98.9% like ratio. So like, who's really mad about this? Is it people that watch, or is it people that just, don't watch or never would anyway?
I don't even really, to be honest, care about that. It's not even like a ratio thing. If I have like one person who's my friend and cool about it, sweet. I've had so many DMs and messages from so many women in my request folder that have actually been really endearing, being like, this is insane. I can't believe they're saying this about you. You don't know me, but I watch your channel. Me and my husband love your channel, blah, blah, blah. This and that. And it's like, it's nice to see, nice to read. But that's not what you see out in the media. All you see in the media is Rolling Stone bullshit article by some dumbass that wrote it because they have nothing else to talk about. And that's journalism today. So it's like, do your thing, make your money. Go ahead.
Well, it feels like I'm stuck in a bit of a juxtaposition of like simultaneously I see it and I'm like, well, yeah, that's what always happens. But then simultaneously I'm also kind of like, there it goes again, another one. Because we've had it on EFAP now since 2019. We said that Jenny Nicholson had a bad take on Joker the movie, and it's followed us forever. Where it just comes up in tweets and Reddit threads all the time that they did a stream like being misogynistic and saying that a woman is like awful at reviewing film. We were just like, no, we didn't. We said that she had a bad take. She said the Joker was bad, and she said, just to give you an example, she said that what's the film about? How he's not supposed to take medication, and we were like, no, that's not what the film's about at all. And it's really retarded that you'd say that. But then because it was her, we had like you can find it. It's just every day because it's a really good like point farming thing. To be like, there's a podcast that talked about it for 11 hours. They just rip down women because women are not allowed to have opinions. We said they were like, that's like I think the third woman we've covered in like a bazillion episodes. We very much more so go after male creators, mainly because I guess there's just more male creators than there are female creators, just on average. Not like necessarily in the world, but on YouTube. Because it just seems that way. I don't know.
Those situations I like to thanks Kaidio. I'll probably be live later tonight. So with those situations, I like to kind of just take, what if the person we're talking about just swap genders for a minute? Would people still be up in arms? Like for example, the thing you just said with Jenny Nicholson,
but yeah,
Nicholson. If you were talking about a man, would people be up in arms? Probably
No,
not.
well, they provably win. We did like a movie Bob or whoever else. We've done like 10 hours on them, and nobody gives a shit. It was funny. We did one like famously on I think it was not Synthetic Man. It was Cinematic Venom. We like ripped him apart for I think 9 hours, and he's come on in the past month. He came onto the show, and we like had a back and forth. It was really chill, and it's just like, yeah, because we're not like trying to destroy people. We're just looking at their videos and kind of laughing if they have crazy perspectives or whatever, at least from our POV. But we did it. 99% was men. First time we did it to like a woman, or like I said, maybe the third time. I can't quite remember, but pissed off the internet hugely.
Yeah, I seem to remember I gave a take about a Batman movie that's followed me around for a while.
Dude, yeah, what the fuck? People keep being like, he's hanging out with a racist. Like,
I have people who don't like you in my Discord defending you on that point. They're like, listen, you can rip into Ryan for like really valid things, but that video, he was not saying he hates black people. That's not what it was. Like,
no, not at all. And it's like, and I'm even like, listen, I'm super fair. I'm sitting in my car, my beard's a little long. I think I've got a hat on maybe in that one. I look super racist. I get it. But yeah, the take was not at all what people make it into. And then I think the thing that makes me more upset than anything else is the story's evolved into he hates the Batman because it has too many good black people. It's like, listen, I really like the Batman. That's the thing that offends me more, that they think I don't like the movie. When I actually did. I gave it an 8 out of 10 when I watched it.
A lot more than I gave it.
I think I would downgrade, like, after a couple rewatches. I think that the end is such a mess. I'd probably bring it down to like a 7 or so. But I still really enjoyed it. In the first 2/3 of that movie, I really dig it. But yeah,
I'm innovating. You guys keep talking. I'm innovating. Okay.
Okay. There you go.
He's evolving.
He is.
I felt like you do your takes now, just knowing they'll get clipped and almost playing into it like on FNT. The favorite thing for me on FNT is I feel like you and I get cheap and quick jokes in that nobody else hears. I feel like we have like this little tunnel that goes underneath everybody.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's just a little offhanded comment where like in the middle of Shad going off about like AI art or something, where I'm about to like shoot myself.
What did he say? Where he was like, "Oh, my kids, they love the merchandise to do with something," and then he was like, "Oh, they want like a pillow. It'll be that franchise. They want cheese. It'll be." What was like? What the fuck was it? I mean, laughing.
My kid asked me for bat cheese.
And he didn't understand. He was like, "What's wrong? Bat cheese."
Like, that's weird, Shad. What are you talking about? It's like, yeah, my kid's obsessed with Batman. He asked me for bat cheese, and you just start dying, and like everybody else, like, it's just staring at their phones or like staring. This is like a 3-hour mark, right? So people are like disengaged, and you and me are just dying. I mostly was dying because you were dying.
Just milking bats and making cheese. Like, what the fuck?
Bats have nipples. Can you milk them? But yeah, dude, it's fun.
Yeah, legit. It felt like nobody else on the cast had any clue what had just been said. I don't know. I guess people in chat got it though.
So did you? Again, since you didn't know we were streaming, Theory did a reaction to the Bad Batch season 3 trailer. Which
right, yeah, I've had a couple of messages about this. So that's the end of it now, right? This will be the last season for the Bad Batch.
Yes. Last season of the Bad Batch, but there's
I haven't seen any Bad Batch for the record.
We haven't seen Clone Wars either. Yeah,
I haven't seen Clone Wars either, man.
Well, I mean, it's good to clarify though, right? Because I might have seen Bad Batch and not Clone Wars, which would probably upset you more. Like,
yeah, that would, because it's
be so weird.
Considerably much better.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. I know, Theory, you've been like begging for Mauler to watch Clone Wars. I have too. And I think for different reasons. I think because you think he's going to love it, and I think he's going to hate it.
Do you think he's going to hate it?
I think so.
Did you hate it?
I had a really hard time watching it. I didn't like it, but it was Star Wars. So I was like trying to consume it. I had all the DVD sets up through season 4. And then I was just like, Maul coming back was like my breaking point where I'm like, I can't pretend that I'm okay with any of this.
Wait, you didn't watch season 5?
Oh, I watched it all, but like I actually like bought the DVD sets and I watched a lot of the special like behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
have all those sets all the way up through 4, and then I was like, I just can't pretend that I'm like that I love this. Like I love the rest of Star Wars.
Damn.
What didn't you like about it?
Well, we've talked about it a lot before. I feel like it's hard to justify in my mind that a lot of things that happen in Clone Wars are like actually in line with the movies. I don't believe that Count Dooku fought Obi-Wan and Anakin like 8 times in between Geonosis and when we see in Revenge of the Sith.
Right.
I really don't like the way General Grievous is depicted in a lot of it. Like the fact that the first time, like, and this is not Ahsoka in like season 6 or something, or season 5. This is like episode 7 of the Clone Wars. That when Grievous meets Ahsoka in that little passageway and the ship, she shouldn't survive that encounter, like against General Grievous. But she actually goes toe to toe with him for about
With
10
the
seconds.
501st?
Yeah,
Right.
like she should not survive that encounter.
No, she should have been dead.
Yeah, and so there's just like things like that along the way that I really didn't like, and I think that people really loved Matt Lantern's portrayal of Anakin, and I get it, but I don't think I can connect the characters with Hayden's portrayal. I think it's a different character. I think it's from the beginning, from the Clone Wars movie in the first season of Clone Wars all the way to the end. It feels like a different character to me than Hayden's Anakin. So it was really tough for me to connect these things in my mind to the movies because I just didn't feel like it fit. So that was a big problem I had with it in general.
Yeah, no, I could see that, but the thing with Anakin, it shows more of like a nicer side of him. The Anakin from Hayden, I felt like was, in my opinion, better because it was just, and this is a directing thing, you know. I think they needed to either use Hayden or they needed to find someone that, or direct Matt in a way where he wasn't so, I don't want to say optimistic, but maybe a little more broody, like Hayden was. Yeah. A little more like in his head.
Especially because I believe, if I have the timeline right, we're talking about like 6 to 8 weeks after Attack of the Clones is when you first start off in like TCW. That is not a lot of time, especially when Anakin should have been like recovering from injury and things like that. So it's just a different, and I get it. It's, you know, it's geared towards a younger audience and things like that. So I understand, but at the same time, you know, I think all of Star Wars, you know, should be attacking like that audience, that same age demographic.
Right.
But it just didn't feel like that to me.
No, I don't disagree, man. But I still liked it. I just I think it just has a completely different feel, and I think that's what it's like its own thing almost. It like connects the stories in a different way.
Yeah, and that's why I'm interested to know what Mauler thinks of it. It's pretty crazy for somebody to right now in 2024 go in and watch Clone Wars for the first time. I think it's going to be interesting.
Well, he's supposed to watch the 2D one with me, with the one by Gendy Tartarovsky.
That one, his name right. I love that.
Yeah, that one's sick.
I love it because obviously it's like the animation style, it's like a little like overboard and stuff like that. But the feel of the characters, to me, is much more in sync with between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Ryan, what's your take on the Mortis stuff?
The Mortis stuff is weird, but I feel like the Mortis stuff, there is George in the Mortis stuff. 100% is like a George thing.
Yeah.
I guess my main problems with it are the fact that it's carried on so much, specifically for Ahsoka. Like since then, where people want to say, well, they have every excuse in the world for Ahsoka. Is like, well, technically she is, you know, she was revived by a Force god and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And also the other reason I like the episodes themselves and like the idea of them being in this dimension, but the entire description of balance as it's described in the Mortis arc runs counterintuitive to the way George has always described what balance means. Every time you hear George talk about the Force and being in balance, he's not talking about a balance between the light and the dark side. Balance means the absence of darkness. And when any darkness starts to creep in, it throws off balance. Got clips of him sitting there right in front of like the Clone Wars staff with Dave Filoni taking notes while he's talking about the Force that way. So the idea then of creating this system where you have someone who's trying to keep the dark and light side in balance is a little bit counterintuitive to the idea of the way the Force is being described before, if that makes sense.
Theory doesn't look convinced.
So I remember the scene you're talking about where, go ahead.
Let me see if I can find that clip where George is specifically talking about.
I remember the clip where everyone's taking notes. It's bring it up.
If there's anything I've learned over the time of getting really into like understanding the fans' perspective with interacting with them and reviewing Star Wars movies, it's that there's a couple of schools of thought on the balance of the Force, and some of them are pretty funny. I'm assuming, did you ever cover the Freddie Prinze Jr. Rand's theory?
I did. Yeah, I did. I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what his issue is. I don't know what his problem is.
Where he was like, you have Palpatine, and then you have Anakin, and so Palpatine gets Anakin over to the dark to create two Darksiders, and then the Force counters with two twins being Lightsiders, and then everyone's just like, what about Yoda and Obi-Wan? He's just like,
and also, what about his own fucking character who is still alive? Kanan's still there. Like his character that he plays still exists during that timeline, and he's so stupid he forgot about that.
We covered this one.
I don't know why he would go on that. The main rant I'm talking about is where it's people like him who really purport the idea that because you don't like Rey, it means that you don't like girls. He's like, you're just mad because Han Solo gave the Millennium Falcon to a fucking girl. And it's like, cool, dude. Yeah, let's use that position that you have to purport this absolute nonsense. Cool. Sweet. Maybe she's a shit character. How about we never had a problem with Ahsoka or Asajj or Mara Jade or Bastila Shan or anybody other.
You know what's crazy? Characters. Most people didn't say much about Jyn Erso either. It was kind of
nobody said anything about Jyn Erso. She was fine. Why? Because she was written well.
She was written okay. It's just there's not a lot going on for her.
Compared to Rey, I mean, oh my god, with that. Well, compared to Reva,
yeah, you can. The Jyn Erso has a start, middle, and end, I guess, of the Empire like ruining her life, and then she gets to strike at their heart at the end, sort of thing. It's like okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sharing this clip from George right here.
All right.
If you can add it.
Oh, here. Sorry.
Yeah,
there's too much mucus in my sinuses.
By next time. All right, here we go. It might be a little low, but I got it turned up as much as I can.
Yeah, go for it.
Embodies the core of the Force. I mean, you got the dark side, the light side. One is selfless, one is selfish, and you want to keep them in balance. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure experience.
So that's what I'm talking about there when he talks about balance. Like, to me, when I hear him talk about this, the balance is not a balance between light and dark. The balance to him means absence of dark. When you start to go towards the dark side, you go out of balance, is what he said. Do you know what I mean?
Can you play it again, like maybe 20 seconds back?
Yeah.
The core of the Force. I mean, you got the dark side, the light side. One is selfless, one is selfish. And you want to keep them in balance. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure.
What's interesting about that is that I actually think the English he's using is not quite precise, because I actually agree with Ryan's interpretation, but the words he uses when he says you have the light side and the dark side and there's a balance, the implication is that you stay in the middle of them.
Yeah.
with a line like that. But the thing is,
Right.
I don't think that's what George means. I don't think he means stay in the middle of light and dark.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. He's talking about. He's not like writing a book or an essay. Like
I think he does. I think that's exactly what he means, actually.
But
I don't
then
think that matches the OT story at all.
because then the inverse
No.
of that. This is what I'm saying. The inverse of that would mean that when you're pure, when you're selfless, that it throws the force out of balance. That would have to be true for that to be what he means.
No, but you got to look at how he wrote the prequels. The Jedi fell because they were way too entrusting of politics, so they were not in balance anymore. And that's why Dooku left. That's why Qui-Gon wasn't on the council, because he just didn't give a shit. He's like, these guys are just full of shit at this point. They're not really trusting in the Force. So I think there's something we could take away from this, actually, that there's more underlying in there than...
But the thing about that is they also fell because of a hyper dark side user. He killed them all.
To me, the story of why the Jedi fell is because they started this dogmatic adherence and allegiance to a government instead of to the Force.
Yeah.
Now, that to me doesn't necessarily have anything to do with them, getting a little more towards like darkness and falling out of balance or anything like that. To me, that is a lesson that when you start being aligned to something that is not the will of the Force, that's the end result of what we saw. That's why the Jedi fell. But again, go ahead.
I could see that. No, I just said the way I think he wrote the prequels is that they were so flawed, that the Jedi were so flawed with their politics that it just completely threw everything off balance. But then in the end, it also makes me wonder, like, how much of a hand did he have in Luke going on after Return of the Jedi, with how he started to use the new Jedi, or his new philosophy of what a Jedi is, by using more aspects of the Force and kind of being like, well, we're not going to follow the same rules as the prequel trilogy or the originals, and kind of just go along with, like, oh, I can't use the Force powers because then I'm on dark side. Instead of actually, he was like, oh no, I'll rather use all these powers and then have my ability as a Jedi to dictate remaining in the light or not, just by not being a bad person, instead of being afraid of, oh, if I do this, then I'm a bad guy, or if I do this, I'm a good guy. He was more so, and that's what I liked about Luke, and that's what I was hoping we would have seen in The Last Jedi, that he was just more so powerful in his choices, at least.
The funny thing about this is, I find that, like, at this point we get into the interesting nature of like political systems falling apart, as opposed to the Jedi fell too far into the light, and that's what their like problem was in the prequels.
Yeah,
I would argue like that's I find the prequels super interesting for the fact that they show like how a system can fall apart from the inside. But I wouldn't want to discount as well that the most evil son of a bitch in history was the one that was controlling things from the inside. That also matters.
Yeah.
So like that, yeah. That's why when I see that George has said like, get it, bringing balance by knocking out Palpatine and himself, I'm like, right. So the dark side. Once the dark side's gone, there is
literally
balance.
Yeah, and that's that's what I mean, because if you're going to argue that, that way of seeing it, that balance is this perfect, like, equal thing, like is kind of portrayed in Mortis. And that's kind of why I have a trouble like connecting that, because to me, that would mean that if you're selfless, if there's all this pure and goodness in the galaxy, that the Force would be out of balance. So when Luke Skywalker, they're on the Death Star, blah, 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 Palpatine dies, Vader is redeemed. Now the Force is out of balance.
Right.
That would be like the implication in that.
Right. It doesn't really make
too many
sense.
too many light users. We gotta get some dark users. We covered someone on EFAP who legit was under the impression that it's individual count of users. Like that's how you balance the Force. So if there's 3 Darksiders, we gotta have 3 Lightsiders. If the 3 Darksiders kill the 3 Lightsiders, 3 Lightsiders are immediately born. Like they were convinced that's how the world works.
Right. And it's kind of weird with the Jedi. They're like, balance is if there's 0 Darksiders and like 10,000 Jedi. It's like, well, that's not balance. So then I guess that's why Dave created Bendu.
Fucking Bendu.
Which, honestly, that thing confuses the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Bendu's a funny name.
Like, who's this giant cow? Like,
Mauler's also
not
watched Rebels.
Giant cow?
Mauler's also not watched Rebels, so he doesn't know Bendu, who's basically...
There's a giant cow. There's a giant
Bendu
cow.
the giant cow. This sounds like a meme. Are you fucking with me?
I don't think he's
No,
a
I'm
cow,
not,
is
no.
he?
Bring him up.
Hold on, let me look at him.
He's a cow. He's a big cow. He's like a giant cow.
I need to tell Rags and Friggy about this.
He's a giant cow. Is he not? Chat. Like, what is he?
Yeah, everyone knows Bendu the giant
He
cow.
looks more like a moose to me.
Whatever. Moose, cow, whatever.
You can milk them both. Be careful though. All right, hold on. Image. I'm pulling up this image. Here we go. Giant cow. Here we go. Yeah, famously drunk 3BO didn't watch Rebels.
Yeah.
Hey, he's in my team.
I'm sharing it.
Yeah, whatever.
This is
he's
the Bendu.
the giant.
Man, he does what exactly? He's like a force guy.
He's some, I don't know what. He's a goat, a giant goat with antlers. He's a space goat.
Okay.
Yeah, and he kind of
Voiced by Tom Baker. Well, that's cool.
it is voiced by Tom Baker, and he is kind of it's hard to describe. He essentially provides guidance to Kanan specifically. It just so happens that they end up making base on this freaking planet where Bendu just so happens to exist to give this guidance to Kanan, but kind of teaches him to embrace a little bit different aspects of the Force.
Yeah.
And again, this is nothing to do with like, this is solely a Disney Dave Filoni like work. That's what Rebels is. So
Yeah, what do you make of him vanishing with Thrawn?
I don't freaking know, dude. Like I Rebels to me is, I get some people love it, and there's some people I know that like means a lot to them and everything. I'm not a big Rebels fan. I think there's a couple like, cool episodes. I think for the most part, the reason that people are so attached to Rebels is because they're attached to Clone Wars. So they really like when Ahsoka's there. They really like the Maul episodes, like all of that stuff because of how much they care about Clone Wars.
Right.
I don't know if the characters of Ezra and Kanan stand by themselves all that much in grand scope of Star Wars. However, I will say that I think that Kanan and Hera's connection is cool, and seeing what Kanan does to save everybody, it's I feel something when that happens, even if I don't really like the characters.
Right.
So I think that Rebels is a little bit worse than Clone Wars, but I get why a lot of people are very attached to it.
Yeah, I was never too into Rebels, to be honest, but yeah, it was okay. It was all right. I just didn't find myself getting so attached to the characters, like you said.
I hate Sabine. I'm not a big fan of Space Aladdin Ezra.
Yeah, I don't like Ezra very much. I found him being annoying. I like Kanan more.
Ahsoka pops up again, Mauler. Ahsoka pops up in season 2 of Rebels, and you find out that Ahsoka lives, and she's played a very instrumental role in the creation of the entire rebellion. By the way, that's what we find out in that.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of season 2, I think, right, where she faces Vader. Right, Theory? End of season 2 of Rebels.
Don't ask me, man. I don't know Rebels all that well, but yeah,
All right.
I think so.
I love Disney Star Wars so much, but the end of season 2, she faces off with Vader, and this entire huge Sith temple's like crumbling around them as they've gone there to get the Sith holocron, and Maul happens to be there, and he tricks Ezra into helping him get a Sith holocron. It's a whole big deal. But anyway, they freaking battle, and Ahsoka's facing Vader, and she decides to like stay there and fight and let them get away because I'm not leaving you again.
Right.
And a lot of people thought that was like a super powerful moment, and the temple comes crumbling down around them. And at the end, you basically see Vader emerge from there, very damaged and battered and beaten. But Ahsoka's dead. That's the implication. Until season 4 of Rebels, when Ezra uses the world between worlds to essentially go back to that place in space-time and pull Ahsoka into the world between worlds.
There's 2 seasons between that payoff?
Yeah.
I think so, right? Season
that sounds
4
more
is
like a retcon at that point as opposed to something they intended.
Hey, I mean, I might like I could have the seasons wrong, but I don't think I do. I do think that was World Between Worlds in season 4 when he saves Ahsoka.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
Source Bull has no idea what Ryan's talking about. Unfortunately, I do. I had to edit a lot of the Ahsoka episodes, and so I had to go look at those clips. I know.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm not a fan of World Between Worlds. I mean, I think there's a lot of fun, interesting stuff we could get from it, like we saw in the Ahsoka show. But at the end of the day, it just doesn't really. I just don't like time travel stuff. And as much as Dave Filoni wants to say it's not time travel, I mean, you're literally going back in time and altering that timeline by taking someone out who died. Like, how is that not time travel?
But almost argue the only way it's not time travel is that it is time travel plus. There are things you can do in the World Between Worlds beyond time travel, even.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah.
You see Ahsoka limp out of the temple as well. Yeah, but only afterwards. Only after she was taken out of there. And then she went back in.
Yeah.
So
like that,
I don't even know what happened with that.
Yeah.
So the original version, she dies, and then the altered version with Ezra, it's like, what? She pretends to die, or she escapes? How does that work?
Ask Dave Filoni.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we'll find out in Ahsoka season 2.
World Between Worlds confirms the timeline Star Wars is fixed, meaning Ahsoka was always meant to be saved through the World Between Worlds, which I don't even know what to...
Correct, right? The implication is that action by Ezra that takes place a couple years after happened, and we saw that happen, that she was saved in that moment. That's why it happened. That's why she didn't die. That's what that is implying.
She didn't actually die. The chat's saying. I don't remember.
Like that.
Exactly
That's
the order of the.
That's the implication from what happens. Is you see that she gets saved by Ezra and pulled in the World Between Worlds, and that when she then exits the World Between Worlds, there is kind of to me that's the implication of that's the timeline where she gets saved, and that is always what happens. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. But what's chat saying that happened in season 2?
That you see her limping out of the temple.
Yeah, but you don't see that in season 2. You don't see that in season 2 before the World Between Worlds. You see that.
We can pull up the scene
in season 4, right? Like in season 2 or whatever, the door closes and that's it. We don't see them again.
Vader Sith Temple scene from Rebels.
Ryan, look, this is the internet. Look, Ryan is clueless.
I know. I've seen several people say.
Wait. Ryan is right.
Hey. I've seen people say like Ryan has no idea what he's talking about. It's like, why can't you just say you disagree?
Yeah.
Ryan has no idea.
Yeah, look, I can't really remember.
I'm trying to find the full scene so we can watch it.
Do you?
So let me see what I can find while we're talking. You guys can keep talking while I'm looking.
That's what's in season 2. Yeah, I was reading Chad. Okay, so she does limp out at the end of season 2. Weird.
Well, then looks like maybe it was planned then. I don't know, because like I was curious if what we saw overall then was him changing his mind, Filoni, on whether or not what he wanted to do with Ahsoka, or if.
No, I think he always planned to not have her die.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? 100%.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever.
He would never actually kill her.
Okay.
But then you would have to find out again. You'd have to find out why that happened. The idea that her and Vader were fighting, and they just, before Ezra came there, that they just decided to stop and be like, well, I guess we're done now. And he walks away. I don't think that happened.
No, probably not.
But again, why the fuck can't I find this scene? Vader leaves Sith Temple, season 2, Rebels.
Oh, I typed in Ahsoka dies, and I think I found it. At least it looks like it. Doesn't know if this is what you're looking for, but popped it in private chat.
Yeah, I was trying to get this lighting right. I just can't do it.
Ahsoka's real death. Is this like an edit?
I don't know, because I'm just not familiar enough. But what Theory was saying about the door closing, you can see that in there, and then
That's just like an edit, I think. This is an edit saying that this is how she should have stayed dead. Just for the record.
Surprising amount of people who feel that way.
Well, it's a very fitting end.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty good, I guess.
Like that to me, even as someone who thinks that Ahsoka should have died in like the Clone Wars time frame, if you're gonna keep her alive, I do think that's a very nice way for the story to end. Is her facing off against her old master and saying, I'm not leaving you, and that's how she perishes.
If Clone Wars all came out today, how do you think it would be received?
I mean, it's quite well.
Like,
I think
better or worse than it currently is. Probably better than
so.
Comparison.
From my experience with my channel, I was like the only Anakin fanboy. I was made fun of for being an Anakin fanboy for years. I used to have the cutouts behind me and this and that. Oh, he only cares about Anakin, this and that. And now Anakin's super mainstream. Hayden's mainstream. Hayden's in Star Wars, and so it's like I think if Clone Wars were released today, it would be so well received, beyond even Clone Wars season 7 was. So I think it'd be great.
I mean, because I think you might be right in terms of just everyone be like, this is closer to what everyone would actually want, as opposed to Reva or just
Nobody
shows about
wants
like
Reva.
Yeah.
I've never met a single person. I've never seen a single thread online about how great of a character Reva was.
It's really hard to talk about her story without sounding like an idiot, as in like she wanted to kill innocent people in order to get to have the chance to kill Kenobi because he's the reason that she was killed. Like it's just like, whoa.
It makes absolutely no sense, and it's just so nonsensical to even have that to be a primary focal point of a story, which is about freaking Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. We don't give a shit about this new made-up character. Piss off.
Yeah, so basically what happens to catch Mauler up, there's this big confrontation, there's Ahsoka, and actually, to be honest, they ripped off this part for the Obi-Wan series.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've ever seen people talk about that, but essentially like the temple's coming down around everybody, and I want to see the Vader part where he walks out. Hold on. Probably a little before. Where the fuck am I? There's a scene where you see Vader walking out right here. I'm keeping it down so we don't get hit with the music. You see Vader walking out of the temple. You see the fucking owl.
Oh, that's the sister, right?
Yes, exactly. And then
I'm getting better at this.
And then down here somehow you see the limping form of Ahsoka right here.
Oh, and that's from season 2.
That's from season 2. So they always plan to like go back and save her that way. And what I want to know is what happens, right? Because she never shows back up for years and years. She doesn't show back up. So what I want to know is like what happens to Ahsoka after Ezra pulls her out, and then she goes back to find her place, which I think is here, in the world between world.
Oh wait, yeah. Sorry. How does this make sense with Ezra pulling her out then?
My interpretation of it is that, what a lot of people say is that Ahsoka didn't want to mess with the timeline of things, so she went back here to let things play out the way they should have played and waited there for a while.
What?
Yes, instead of just immediately coming back and helping out with everybody. Do you agree, Theory?
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. I was blowing out my freaking brains.
People thought you were
in my nose. I was farting? Oh, okay. Yeah. I was freaking blowing my nose, man. I'll just mute and do it on camera. Yeah.
And then you get the sick thing at the end of Ezra with a Sith holocron. And then at the beginning of season 3, he's like, yeah, I'm super edgy now. I cut my hair. And now I'm using the dark side.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think it was a retcon to do that. But I think I always planned on doing that.
They planned on the World Between Worlds thing? Or?
Yeah, I think Filoni planned that.
Not a great addition, I reckon.
Blowing my brains out.
Isn't it if like anybody dies now, there's a question of the will between worlds?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? And I'm still kind of confused with Ahsoka. So it's like, when she fell off, did she get resurrected, or was that a dream, or was she just floating in the water the whole time and it was in her head?
I've seen I've seen a lot of fans of it claim that yes, she did die, and Anakin got her back in the game, so to speak. Which I don't know what to say about. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, I don't.
Well, it's like, how many times are you going to die? Well, you cut her head off and she's going to keep living. It's.
Well, is she even killable now? Is she like Ahsoka the White, where she's like immune? Then again, she ran away from Balin, so I assume she actually is. She can be killed, I'm guessing. But I don't know. Would that even make sense if she was killed?
So if you
Dude, she fell off a cliff. How's she alive?
Did you watch a lot of any of the behind the scenes stuff that they showed with Hayden and everything? Because when they're talking to it, or even when that line, right, that everyone's pointing to be like, obviously this is Hayden who already went through the fight with Luke and like knows all this stuff. They're talking about it like they wanted it to be super ambiguous. They didn't want to define it. I think they wanted people asking these questions, and whether making up your own theory or story or whatever, they didn't want to define it at all. That's how I feel about it, at least.
Wait, someone said she's potentially immortal because she's fused with a daughter from Mortis. So who said the daughter got killed?
The daughter did get killed, but she's following her around as the owl called Morai.
But what I'm saying is that if the daughter got killed, how is infusing yourself with the daughter making you immortal?
Well,
because the daughter got killed by another godlike, another DT being.
So you're immortal, and other than other Mortis beings can kill you.
Yes.
Or unless you have the dagger of Mortis, Mauler.
Right. Which is like Superman getting stabbed with a Kryptonian sword.
Or unless you're Anakin and just uses a lightsaber randomly.
On Reva.
Yeah, so I imagine if I got all of this firsthand from the stuff itself, I'm probably not going to be super happy with it. Especially compared to just... I don't know if this is a bit insane and lofty compared to just having characters going through difficult or interesting or different things. Like this feels a little like it's trying to be bigger than it has the capacity to control, especially with the will between worlds.
So the daughter basically dies because the son is trying to kill the father with the dagger of Mortis, or the blade of Mortis, and like the daughter gets in the way and he stabs her, and as she's dying, the father fucking uses the last of her life essence to bring Ahsoka back to life in the 3rd episode of the Mortis arc.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
I think that's what happens.
So like to try and level this out, like when I think of the stuff I love about Star Wars, and I'll use the prequels as an example, like the war above Coruscant, like that shit is super cool and interesting and arguably grounded. When we start talking about the gods of Mortis imbuing people with power in order to, fulfill prophecies and move them to, I'm just like, okay, like that's distinctly less interesting to me than the invisible hand is trying to, escape the battle with Palpatine as captured, but they're also trying to force Anakin into a position where he may have to make a choice that could lead him down to the dark side. That stuff's way more interesting to me.
Ryan, someone said that Anakin never stabbed the son. He did. He stabbed the son.
Well, I don't. But didn't he just kill him with his lightsaber? Did he actually use the blade of Mortis? That's always been like a theory, like, right, about the son out there.
No, he didn't use the blade. You're right.
Because I think I talked about that at one point in God, I did some fucking video about, I went on some rant on something in Ahsoka about potentially the sun or some manifestation of the sun popping up in something. And I think I brought that up. Let me see if I can
probably Ahsoka, dude. He's probably just going to come back in season 2.
Yeah, like because he ain't killed forever. They just used a lightsaber, so then he'll be back, and maybe the dagger of Mortis will be somewhere, and Ahsoka will have to find it and end him for real. So she
But-
does, yeah. So Rey does stuff that Luke can't do, and Ahsoka does stuff that Anakin can't do. That's how.
Right, but there was sort of like, I remember there was like a Horcrux thing. I connected it to Harry Potter because like I remember the father severed his tie or whatever by killing himself.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how the son was able to be wounded by Anakin's blade. So the father stabbed himself with the dagger, then Anakin stabbed the son. So it's like, well, technically he should be dead, but on a technicality, they could always not.
I guess we'll find out in Ahsoka season 2.
I guess we will.
And this is why I don't really like the Mortis arc. It's like so much of it is, and even when they come back, the implication is that they all like took part in this shared interdimensional thing that happened, and they're like questioning, was that real? Was it a dream? Whatever. And I, again, after that happened, Star Wars Kenny, that's good. After that happened, what they tried to do in the expanded universe, and that's how we ended up with the Abeloth thing, was they bounced off Mortis. They took what they did in Mortis, and they did a little play off that, be like, okay, there's a father, a son, and a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Where, was there ever a mother? And they try to do this Abeloth thing, somebody who wanted to be a mother but was not, and ended up becoming this dark fucking force being that Luke has to team up with people to destroy.
Yeah.
Where do you guys hope this goes?
What? Ahsoka?
Mortis.
Into another power dynamic. I hope it's not Thrawn that's the freaking the big bad, because he's honestly been written now to be like an idiot.
So I don't know what I hope comes out of all of this, but what I fear comes out of all of it again is just what I said, that Ahsoka continues to like up and up and up like power level to being. This is what I could see happening potentially. What if the intention was for Balin to become essentially the representation of the son, and Ahsoka's the representation of the daughter, and like they end up kind of, they're the ones that are battling it out for the good of the fucking galaxy. I don't know.
Ryan just wants every Star Wars character to die.
Eventually, yes. Like
Nice.
absolutely.
Some of them could die.
The ones I don't like, I wish could die. I agree with that. But Ahsoka, to me, I've talked about this a long time. I think that Ahsoka living through the original trilogy is kind of like really stupid. And the idea that the first scene that we get between her and Luke Skywalker is not like Luke telling her about what happened with Anakin at the end, and her like sharing experiences, like, is wild to me. Because if you're gonna keep her alive, if you're gonna have her part of this, that is such a missed opportunity. That is the one thing that a lot of Ahsoka lovers, they wanted to see so much. What happens when she meets Luke and realizes that Anakin at the end redeemed himself after all of that stuff. That could be a very powerful moment for people that care so much about that character and the journey. And instead, we just see this little like one-off 2-minute scene of her in Book of Boba Fett. It's wild.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was really hoping that we would be able to see her and Luke talk and Anakin show up, and then they're always like, "Oh my god, like, hey, Dad."
It was funny for us on EFAP when we saw that episode. We were like, "Isn't that the girl from like all of the Clone Wars and knows Vader? And how come the conversation was so stilted and weird?" And then we had comments being filled with things like, "What the fuck was that conversation? Where was everything between Luke and blah blah blah?" We were just like, "Oh shit, this is way worse than we realized."
Yeah, I was hoping that their first interaction that we'd see on screen would be between them never having met before. Yeah. Maybe them coming, like I made a comic for Join members. I made a few pages of a comic a few years ago, and it was essentially them just meeting for the first time. And like that would have been sick.
As far as I'm concerned, we have not seen Luke since Return of the Jedi whatsoever.
Yeah. No. We haven't. We have not.
Saruman.
I'm going to do a plug for a couple seconds here.
Well, all right.
Guys.
Plug. Oh, here we go.
If you guys want to get your sabers, now is the last chance between I think it's the 25th when the manufacturers go on holidays. So you won't be getting your saber out till at least February 25th. But if you get it in before then you'll be able to grab one. So these are all NeoPixel, very high quality sabers. Very, very nice. I really like them. All smooth swing, and they have everything that you would want. So go check them out at theorysabers.com.
One question: if you stab someone in the stomach with one, will they survive?
Yeah.
Authentic then.
Ooh,
Awesome.
Yeah. Nice.
Especially if you use the Annie saber.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Someone says, do you have a Dooku saber?
Yeah, so I'm actually working on a major website right now, just insanely expensive and takes a lot of time, but it's going to be a massive store front on there, and you guys will see that probably in the next couple months. It's being built every day. It's being worked on.
The Dooku hilt is my favorite. I think it's pretty bitchin'.
So I love. Did you read the Darth Bane trilogy, Theory?
I did.
So it's one of my favorites. Second book is very rushed, clearly, but one of the really cool things they do in that book is Drew Karpyshyn, who obviously, architected a lot of KOTOR shit. Got really into detail when it came to lightsaber combat and force techniques, specifically for battle and things. And Bane receives a curved hilt lightsaber from the person who's teaching at the Sith Temple. And it really goes into detail about how he's able to use it to manipulate and enhance his strength and things like that throughout his combat. I just find it really cool. So it kind of makes you rethink what Dooku's able to do and how he's able to manipulate it that way.
Well, it was written, I forgot which book it was written in, but it literally said his curved hilt allows him to emphasize more power on the downswing or something like that, and to like spin it. It wrote it nicely. I forget exactly how it was written now, but yeah, there's like literal spec reasons why they designed it that certain way for the character. It's cool. Love stuff like that.
Darth Bane trilogy, for anybody that hasn't read it, highly recommend. Takes place 1,000 years before the OT and explains the beginning of the rule of two.
Curved hilt is a hack, but it's harder. It's harder to use, so you got to be really good.
And he was so cool looking with it. That's what matters.
I guess we should start reading Soupies. I'm sorry, guys. I haven't been sleeping much the last few days. I've just been like working like crazy and keeping up with the sales, and then I've been sick and traveling, so I'm just kind of, my conversations, I'm a little brain dead, to be honest. So thanks for carrying the conversation, guys. He did it again. He retconned another person's work. Ventress died, and now she's alive.
That's something that I've heard people talking about. So do you guys want to give me some context? She's in the trailer, but you're happy to see her, or?
I'm happy to see her. Yeah.
Well, I'm not, if it actually is a retcon. So there's a statement out. All right. Ventress dies in a book, Dark Disciple. She dies in that book. It's a new canon book. It's supposed to all fit in. She appears in the Bad Batch Season 3 trailer. She should be dead at this point. There's some speculation. People are saying, well, maybe it's a flashback. There's a statement on StarWars.com about, hey, after she apparently perished, they're happy to announce that this is going to go in line with the events of Dark Disciple. So some people are saying, well, that means clearly that she's dead and it's just going to be a flashback. And some people are saying, well, the way they phrase that sounds like it's another retcon.
Yeah, I think it's a retcon the way they phrased it. Why would they say apparently? Doesn't make any sense.
They would only say that if they were getting ready for you to understand that she's no longer dead.
Literally, apparently. It's like, well, she full on died. She got electrocuted by Count Dooku and like got roasted.
Apparently.
I mean, a lot of people are saying they intend to align it with that book. So
Right, that's what they said. Said, let me pull up that statement. Hold on.
Interesting.
Um,
I'm a Dave guy, but Dark Disciple was a great book. Makes me not want to read the books anymore because they could have a huge waste of time. You did this to New Dawn book as well.
And that was the first. That was the Rebels book, right? Like one of the first books
New Dawn
published. Yeah.
Did it have Hera on the cover? I can't remember.
I think it has. I think it has Kanan and Hera on the cover. That was like, to me. I think that was one of the first books that they published. I mean, again, it would have been with when Rebels was about to come out or did come out.
I didn't read that one. Did you?
I don't think I read it. No, New Disney. I don't think I was going to read that. I did read Tarkin because Tarkin was in the works before they made the decision that they weren't going to do EU stuff, and they ended up changing a bunch of things. But I kind of wanted to see what the bones of it were.
I did the Audible.
There you
it was
go.
dope. Yeah, it's fun. Perhaps Ventress will end up screwing up the Empire's plans, and Vader will have to come in to fight her. Well, maybe wouldn't be much of a fight.
Well, you never know.
Yeah. You remember him against Seer? Oh my god.
Everything, and that's exactly that. To me, I talked about that as well. I'm really tired of seeing people fight Vader and escape.
Yeah, or like beat the shit out of him, and he narrowly beat. Like, fuck off! This is Vader. Stop it.
Yeah, or like, oh man, it ended in a draw. They were able to get away. Or wow, she really went toe to toe with Vader before finally losing. It's like,
no, she didn't. She couldn't. No man could. No woman could. It just doesn't. Don't even make it about gender. It's no being, alien, whatever could.
What I did, I liked how they did it in. You can only do it so many times, but in the first Jedi Knight game, Jedi Survivor, is that the first one? No, Fallen Order.
Mm-hmm.
In Fallen Order, where as soon as you realize Vader's coming for you, it's like Cal's just running. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
After he gets that moment of time and she gets like yeeted, Cal's just running. Like straight up, I am running for my life. But you can only like do that shit so much.
I know. Do you think they'll make a Ventress show or movie? Probably not. Cancel Disney Plus. Hey, what's up, dude? It goes with Dark Disciple storyline. Star Wars confirmed it. It's just that apparently part throws me off.
Yeah, like why would they say that? Like why would you say apparently perished? And this is not screenwriter. This is not comic book movie. This is StarWars.com. I'm going to see if I can find that article.
Maybe they don't want to spoil the book.
And why would you say apparently perished?
I don't know.
Theory could be right. They use that language because they're kind of idiotic, and they're like, "We'll say apparently, so we're not confirming anything, even though."
So no one can be like, "You spoiled the book for us." Wait, Mauler, what'd you send me as a link? What is this?
Oh, in the private chat or whatever. That was just about Ahsoka and stuff.
Oh, got it. Got it. Well, cool.
Yes.
Filoni's doing canon what he did to Legends. Bring back characters that died is lazy annoying. How good is DD? I haven't read it. It was a good book. It's Quinlan, Asajj, Dooku. If we get Ventress, do we get Voss? See, that'd be nice, but maybe in the future. If Ventress can come back, Ahsoka can come back, and the Emperor can come back, then why can't Luke come back? Because he can't.
Fucking be careful what you wish for as well.
Yeah. 15 episodes. Their season finale will air May 1st. Can't wait for Theory's watch parties. Oh, wow. That's 15 episodes. That's crazy. Well, no, because there's 3 episodes the first night. So
episode premiere. Yeah.
So it's going to be like 12 weeks. So that means March, April.
Wait, will I have to watch them then to stay up to date? Or that don't even make sense because I have to see the first 2, and then you're gonna want me to see Rebels, then you want me to see Clone Wars.
Yeah, you gotta watch You gotta watch all 7 seasons of Clone Wars. You gotta watch all 4 seasons of Rebels. Then you gotta watch 2 seasons of Bad Batch, and then you need to catch up, Mauler. So hurry the fuck up.
Thanks.
I got till
K-Rad.
May 1st to do that.
Yes, we'll give you to May 4th.
Oh,
Jodie Foster admitted she was offered to play Leia. That would make Han a big perv for hitting on a 14-year-old. When we look at Padme with Anakin.
It's true.
I wasn't hitting on him.
Lucasfilm trying to fuel fan arguments because they have no creative ideas on how to best further the story, but they know how to say something. So they fuel the divide to keep fans on that and keep fans talking about that side of Star Wars. It's so dumb.
I mean, there's a lot of. I feel like we just try and search for anything that can make any of this make sense from like a meta point of view sometimes, and I don't know, man. Sometimes
I don't know. It's not. And I was talking
the
to
answer.
the stuff. You guys know I hung out with Nick Gillard just a few days ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were talking on the phone too last night. Was 2 nights ago, and it's just the amount of difference between Star Wars now and when George was involved is quite drastic. And I, in response to this comment, I really think that it's not even so much that they're trying to divide a fan base. I just don't think they really know what they're doing. Right? It comes down to just ignorance, to be honest.
We can find clip after clip and interview after interview of George shitting all over traditional Hollywood studios.
Yeah.
Right. For like the way they've done business.
Mm-hmm.
And, then he sold Star Wars to Disney with the, implication that he might have thought they were going to treat it a little bit differently than they did.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is now it's just like every other one of these big studios.
George wouldn't even have need to have seen the sequels to have known that they've gone in a completely different direction. Just look at the culture, look at the fan reactions. Be
Absolutely.
like, whoa, what the fuck happened? And that's the guy who made the prequels, who up to that point were famously known as being like the divisive Star Wars films. But now they've been completely dethroned for that aspect.
Yeah. And I really don't know what the future is, like what it's going to be like for them.
I think when you look at the reaction of the prequels versus the reaction of the sequels, I'm someone who loved the prequels, obviously. I understand some people didn't like them, but you can kind of understand how people can have a lot of preconceived notions about what the story was, right? About how we got to this point. When you know the end point, it's way easier to talk and like pretty definitively about how you get there. And when you see something that you don't think like that didn't align with what you thought it would be, you can maybe be a little upset or whatever. With the sequels with After, when there's no end point, I feel like there's so many infinite possibilities in people's heads when you go out there, see how the story of Star Wars could have continued, that there shouldn't be as much inherent vitriol from people that thought there was this fixed point, and it only makes so much sense for these things to happen. So the outrage we saw for the sequels was, to me, far bigger than a lot of stuff we saw for the prequels, with less reason to be so.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
There was just a comment in chat that said George is rolling in his grave, seeing what Disney has done. Like, he's not dead.
He's not dead, assholes. He's alive.
Bro, I saw a clip of him from a couple months ago. Man, it looks sad.
Well, I mean, he's getting on. He's nearly 80 now, right?
Yeah, he's getting old, and he's not in like the best shape. But he like got out of a car and he was like walking into like something, and it's like security. Like there was obviously fans all around who wanted autographs or whatever, and the security is like, don't crowd him, don't crowd him, don't crowd him. And he was walking so gingerly, and I'm like, man, he's getting old. It sucks.
Yeah, that's what me and Nick were talking about. Actually, Nick brought it up. I didn't. There was a shit ton I didn't get on camera, but
yeah,
he's getting old. So it's sad. If women were fans of Star Wars, which other Star Wars actors are going to be at MegaCon? Do we know? I mean, it's Gina. It's going to be like the Clone Wars, Ashley Eckstein, Matt Lanter, James Arnold Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Who else?
So I think that
Ewan Hayden.
I think a lot of the Mandalorian people are going to be there, minus Pedro, obviously. But
shit.
So I guess I don't know if Tamara Morrison's going to be there.
That'd be cool.
He may be. I don't know. There's a massive guest list, but I'm pretty sure Giancarlo Esposito is going to be there.
Oh wow.
Katie Sackhoff is Katie going to be there? I don't want to say for sure, but they've also got some Ahsoka people there. I know Ezra is there.
That's cool. He seems like a nice guy. I don't care much.
Stefani or whatever.
Yeah, I don't care much for Ezra in terms of his character. In fact, I care more about his character in live action than I did in animated, I think. And I think, Iman's just a better... For some reason, it just hits better. For some reason. Don't know why. If women were fans of Star Wars since the 70s, then they should be okay with the already massive female representation and presence in the stories. I don't know, dude. Just don't ask me that shit. Anything I say just anything I don't say gets turned into something. I don't mean anything I do say. Thanks, Kaiju. Onwards and upwards, man. Don't worry about the haters. Let them hate. It will be their undoing, and karma will deal with it. Oh, yeah, man. I pay no mind, dude. I have a very iron mind. These things don't bother me. Whenever the only thing that bothers me is how much I actually love and appreciate women, and I don't want anyone to ever try and insinuate that I don't. That's probably the only thing that actually bugs me. And from interviewing someone on my psychology relationship channel, and she says women don't like Star Wars, to be skewed into me saying women don't have a place in Star Wars, I think it's just asinine. I think it's slander. I think it's bullshit. And I don't stand for it. I don't agree with it. So, if anyone wants to write articles about me and say that that's who I am and what I am, then fuck, that's on them. I'm not here to change the world. I know who I am. So, and the people who know me know who I am.
Yeah, when I saw those articles, I was really excited. I'm like, he joined the club. Yes. But then you had to clarify things. I'm like, well, whatever. It's lonely.
Yeah, well, like Mauler said, I'm making my way up the ranks in the ists.
Yeah, collecting them.
You'll work your way to the phobes eventually.
I'm like
maybe one day.
The sexism king and Ryan's the racist king. You got to come to our thrones and collect a little token, and then move on to the next level.
It's like Thanos. You got to collect all the stones.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever there's a full new Star Wars content, you guys should review old non-Star Wars Lucasfilm productions. That's actually a lot. We'll desperately need a Howard the Duck review. Oh, okay.
Sure.
If you want attention...
Can you do Indiana Jones or something? Please.
You don't want to do Howard the Duck? All right, man. Okay. It's your opinion, I guess.
Organized Chaos and Synthetic Man. Who are these people?
Oh my god. If you got those two together, that would actually be pretty hilarious. They're
who are they?
Let's just say they're about as crazy as each other on both sides of the spectrum.
Where are they right now?
YouTubers, but both insane.
Oh, send them the link.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, dude, send them the link right now. Chat, go notify them right now, and if they're down, we'll send them the link right now. Go hound them down.
I don't even know if either of them care about Star Wars at all.
I don't know. Oh, they said they're Star Wars people.
No, they're not. They're literally just people that hate me and Mauler.
Oh fuck! Okay, I thought they were Star Wars people. One hates Rey, the other one loves Rey.
I think Organized Chaos pretends to like Star Wars. They might be that, but yeah. I don't know.
Shit! We should have led with that. Okay, well.
No, they just I don't know Synthetic Man. I don't know who that is. I've heard the Organized Chaos guy.
Synthetic Man. That's
yeah. Sometimes people send me this guy called you this. I'm like, shocker, but
get in line.
Yes.
Yeah, take a number.
Ooh, someone just had a good suggestion. Get Grace Randolph on the stream. I'd be up for that.
Sure, yeah. Hey.
Talk to Grace about Star Wars. And that's a woman as well, so you'll be all uncomfortable and afraid.
All I got to do is show up, and people will fill the words for me.
The thing is, I think people hate her more than you, so...
Do they?
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. There's honestly, I feel like I have whenever this shit happens, it's not publicized, but the amount of love that I get in DMs is absolutely ridiculous. It's so
Well, it's kind of
overwhelmingly nice.
it's kind of an unfortunate feedback loop of the way this whole thing works is that it encourages you to not be like to be bubbled or somewhat because I think you as well as I and others we like to try and find alternative points of view, but like when you're dealing with a whole crowd of people that literally say stuff to you that you're just like, whoa, that's the complete opposite of me though, and then you got a different crowd of people who know you. Like, well, I'm going to hang out with a crowd that know me then. Like, there's no way I'm going to spend time with people who just absolutely hate everything about me. And then that can, like, develop bubbles, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, I know I know what you mean about the bubble thing, but for me, I just, I don't know, I just speak my mind and it always gets turned into some sort of thing and people just believe other people who talk about me. He said this, he said that. It's like, well, why don't you just ask me? You should just talk to me and you'll see for yourself that that's not the case. But
Ministry of
how the
Wrong
game
Thing.
is played.
It's so much more lucrative for people to come up with a story or a rhetoric about me than to just be like, hey,
Well,
what did you mean by this? Did
I
you
think
actually
there's
mean women don't like Star Wars? And I never even said that. I never said anything. I literally, I mean, if it were two women in that, if I was a woman and Sadia said that, and she did, I as a woman did the same reaction. I'm like, oh my God, nobody would bat an eye. But because it's me, it's all of a sudden now I'm saying women don't have a place in Star Wars. It is so unbelievably, it's not even nonsensical. It's just like, is this like a fairy tale land? Like, it doesn't even make sense. I could understand if like I said something. I didn't even say anything. So it's so strange.
Part of it though, right? Like, and I assume this could be applied to us with maybe Disney or something, but everyone is much more unified and clear on when they have villains or people they can sort of just be like, there's nothing redeemable about this creature, and we can all be unified in taking it down. It's too if you were a person with like dimensions and different ideas and stuff, that gets too complicated and weird, and we don't like that. No. He's just a monster. That's much easier.
Yeah, but no one really ever takes the time to just like actually talk to me. They just like to throw insults or make fun or whatever. So it's fine.
I've seen it, dude. But I see it for all of us, honestly. I was telling Drinker about this. I saw a thread that was so fucking funny. It was can anyone catch me up on what is wrong about Mauler and Critical Drinker? Like that was like the thread title. And then in two of the top comments were, well, Mauler is friends with Critical Drinker. And then underneath that, it was Critical Drinker is friends with Mauler. So it was just like, it's just perpetual at that point. Then
yeah, it's pretty circular. Why? What's wrong with these guys? They're friends with each other. Got it.
Yeah, that's the problem. And then, well, now that we're all friends, it's like, just adds.
Well,
to
that'll be the big old triangle. It's like, do you know that Mauler speaks to Ryan? Ryan speaks to Theory. Theory speaks to Mauler. And we'll fucking reverse that. Whatever. It's just like, yeah, that's enough.
The triumvirate of misogyny.
I've seen people point this out. It feels like a new phenomenon. They'll do that, and then someone underneath will be like, "Oh, and also they," and then makes up really crazy shit. And then someone underneath that'll be like, "Oh, I always felt like I knew that about them." I used to watch them, but I'm so glad I got out of that phase of my life. I was just an angry person, but now I'm enlightened, and I don't have to deal with it. It's like, oh, good for you, buddy.
The entire premise of how that thread started, though, it's like someone who doesn't know. They're like, "Hey, can somebody tell me what's wrong with all these people?" Like, who has no idea about who you are, right?
Right.
Can somebody tell me what's wrong and why I'm not supposed to like them?
Yeah.
Wild.
And then, well, Ryan's racist. He hates black people.
He didn't like the Batman. It's like,
what do they say about Mauler? I don't even know what they say about you.
There's all kind. The main thing that gets said about me is who I talk to. That's the primary thing. It's always a fucking laundry list because I like talking to all kinds of people.
Right,
like,
I get that.
Did you hear he talked to this? But I was going to say you're the next one on my list, but that I'm also on your list now. As someone.
Yeah, we're on each other's list, right? Yeah, no, I'm. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm more like a chameleon. So there's like a new thing every week, and then it dies down, and I'm like, oh, cool, not on the main news. Maybe I need to do something to fire up the analytics a little bit.
It's so weird. I never get shit for anybody I talk to. Usually it's just other people that get shit for talking to me.
Yeah, you're bottom of the barrel there, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really get any lower than Ryan.
I'm patient zero. Right?
Yeah, literally.
I see that
you're
Ministry
like-
of Wrongthink mentioned Pharaoh let my whammon go. I have something here. I could put my Pharaoh hat on if you guys want.
That'd be great. Yeah, it's your buddy, Mauler.
Yeah, actor Michael Douglas.
Mm-hmm. I grew up with female characters. Ray is the worst example. Star Wars Theory. I'm not a YouTuber, but having a chat with you would be an honor. Oh yeah, anytime, dude.
See, you can't try to say I'm racist. I love
You're
Africa.
you're racist now. Did you know I'm part Egyptian?
Cool.
I don't take offense to it.
Why would you? I'm
That's
honoring
what I'm
you people.
saying. That's what
Honoring
I'm fucking. You didn't even get the joke. You guys are becoming too wokenized.
Well, no, but we were in on it. Ryan was definitely. Ryan's never not fucking joking. That's his whole thing.
I wish other people would get that, you know, instead of taking everything at face value. But yeah, I control, like the Pharaoh controls if women are allowed to be fans of Star Wars or not. So we'll see by the end of the stream what I think.
And what do you think so far? Do they have a place?
Pretty 50-50, to be honest, based on what I've seen.
Jeez. Maybe one day. Have a great week, fellas. May the force be with you, especially during the unfortunate drama for Barely Alive news articles. Oh, yes. Freddie Prinze Jr. is a dope. Oh, yeah, I'm not a fan of him.
He's so angry, those clips that he says those things. You're just like, what the fuck? You can't be that angry and that wrong.
My favorite part is my favorite part of that is Dave Filoni taught me everything about Star Wars, and he got taught everything by George Lucas. So there. That's literally his argument, and then he proceeds to just spout bullshit.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you got a pretty cool life. You're a good-looking guy. You got a cool wife. You got literally Buffy as your wife. Like, why are you such a fucking depressed dick? What's wrong with you? You're so angry. It's weird. Yeah. I just don't like it when people purport that absolute nonsense about you're just upset that the Millennium Falcon is given to a girl. Well, no, dude, you can't say those things. It's just ridiculous bullshit.
So this set of super chat seems to be about would Luke really have gone to the dark side if he had just killed the Emperor?
Probably not.
The thing about it is, like, it really depends on the individual of like how you interpret the scene, I suppose. But that the implication I got was that he was teetering on enjoying the power. That's what like Return of the Jedi covers a lot, right? Even from the beginning, Luke is experiencing a lot of a power burst, and we're not sure exactly where he's tapping it from. A lot of it seems to be frustration, anger, bitterness, maybe, and that he overcomes that sense near the end there, and the Emperor's like, for fuck's sake, I nearly got you.
Yeah, and that's why it's so unique, right? It's not this, well, do the ends justify the means? It's why are you taking these actions? Not the action you're taking. It's why are you taking these actions? If you're doing it out of selflessness or out of like defense or out of because of necessity, okay. But if you're doing it for revenge or to be cruel or whatever, that same action can have very different ramifications.
Indeed. 310. If Palpy got out a lightsaber and attacked him, is Luke allowed to kill Palpy in self-defense? Even anger? Yes, but only if he is all the Jedi. You guys rock. Keep on being your best selves. I'm so pumped Mauler will be watching 2003 Clone Wars. Could Theory hop on EFAP minis for it? Yeah, anytime.
So many things we're editing that I would probably I'll watch it and then we talk on Stargrift about it. Is probably going to be the stuff we make.
Yeah, and then he can clip that. Yeah, I mean, I'm home in a couple weeks, so then we could, unless I should be, but it's open ended. If either way, I'll just
it's all good.
Just watch it. Though Palpy is going to murder tons of people, killing him while he isn't currently holding a weapon attacking Luke means Luke would lose free will.
It's just in that moment, that's what Palpatine is commenting on, is Luke's state of mind and what he's what's behind him as to why he's making the decision. I mean, he does go to swing for him, right? And Vader's puts his lightsaber in place.
But then people are saying, "Oh, he was trying to save." And you know what? The stupid book, which one was it? Goes in and like changes some shit around with the Return of the Jedi, which really bugged me.
Is this from a certain point of view?
I think it is.
I hate those ones. That's the same
think
one
it
where
is.
it made Luke like gay, where it made Luke attractive
Where?
in the Empire Strikes Back one.
Where? What?
Yeah.
Because I know Obi-Wan's gay now, but I didn't know Luke was gay too.
When was he gay?
Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view.
Obi-Wan's gay.
It's these stories about from a certain point of view stories are these stories from like different random characters that takes place like a guy that walked by Han and Leia arguing like in the hallway at Hoth, right? And like went in between them. It's like, what about this guy's, a 5-minute story about his life? And there's one where Luke is attracted to some random dude. Let me see if I can find it.
Really? So yeah, there are those stupid ass ones where it's like random Joe Blow off the street walks by Jabba's stool sample in the gutter of Tatooine or something, and like we'd get a story about his life. But then it's also dope ass stuff. Like there was one narrated by Sam Witwer, which I really liked, regarding Vader having a dream about him as Anakin with Luke killing the Emperor, and then he wakes up. Like that was like such a dope fan fiction. So sometimes they do have really cool stories in there. Other times it's just pretty pointless, nonsensical stuff. There was another one where it was a cute little tidbit where it was, the blanket that Yoda has when he dies is Qui-Gon Jinn's robe. That's nice.
Yeah, Ryan, question from chat. Why do you watch Star Wars when you clearly don't enjoy it?
Well, what have I said that I don't enjoy?
I hate those kind of comments because Ryan, let me just interject here for you.
Yeah.
Like I fucking hate those because it's like we love Star Wars so much that we are angry at the perversion that has become Star Wars in certain episodes, shows, movies, media, books, whatever it might be. And especially when they're the dumbass comments like Charmin saying this time a woman shaped Star Wars, I think it's just showing that things are being so changed from what it once was, which was primarily, actually not even primarily, literally the only thing about it was telling good stories. That was fucking it. There was nothing else, right? But now it's all about, it's time a woman shaped Star Wars. Fuck off. Like, I swear to God, if I were to come on and say it's time a man shaped Star Wars, forget canceled. I wouldn't even have a YouTube channel. YouTube would take me out. But it's totally acceptable. And this is what I don't get about this, about the equality, which I'm all in favor of. That everything is okay for a woman to say, but if a man were to say it, it's completely irreversible and it's not acceptable. And that, I think, is the problem that we have in society, where if one thing is wrong, it needs to be wrong. You can't say these things. The fuck? Especially when it comes to Star Wars, let's just talk about a good story. Let's just make a good story. I don't care who you are as a director. I had this conversation with Nick. He thinks it's absolute bullshit. That guy's the most old school son of a gun I've ever met. It's super ridiculous. And I hope that one day we can all agree on that we need to tell good stories with Star Wars and not focus so much about the gender of who's telling these stories.
So for me, really the only thing that I really don't like from Star Wars before Disney bought it is the Clone Wars. I love the 6 Star Wars movies. I love probably about 80% probably of the expanded universe stories that are out there. There's some that are shit. When you have 140, 150 novels, whatever the hell you're talking about, not all of them are going to be bangers. Not all the storylines are going to be bangers. There's certainly some ones that suck. But for the most part, I love almost all of it. The vast majority of the video games that were published by LucasArts, I really enjoy. So, it hasn't been until, to me, Clone Wars, I don't like, that's the controversial thing about me. I don't like Clone Wars, right? But then all the Disney stuff, there's almost nothing of enjoyment that I've been able to get out of it. So if you're talking about Disney Star Wars, I feel like they've taken it, they've taken something that I loved, like the franchise that I love more than anything else. And I think in a large part, they've destroyed it in a lot of ways. So yeah, of course I'm not going to like a lot of that, but
yeah. And then to add to it, right, for other reasons, part of it, all three of us, partly our job to watch, review, and assess this stuff. A lot of the channels that have been built on it's like keeping track. And I've seen someone use this phrase, and I kind of like it. I want to implement it a bit more. But great keeping, as opposed to gatekeeping, refers to just like a quality assessment and being like, this should be considered and supported and celebrated and pushed forward, and this shouldn't be. And that you do that as someone who's experienced with the IP, or even if it is a perspective that someone will be like, you're not a professional, you haven't done this, you haven't worked for it, but just like, oh yeah, but like a lot of people are invested in my perspective, and so I should provide it. It seems that would be fair. By the way, this is just another reason on top of what Ryan said, on top of what Theory said. I feel like there's a lot that comes together for why we check out the new stuff they produce, even though we may be in a position of expecting not to like it. We're still waiting for the projects to come out that we can go, oh, that was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, me too.
So I did look it up, by the way. It was not a different point of view. It was Luke on the Bright Side, which is a short story published in Stories of Jedi and Sith. And that was the center of that Wikipedia controversy where they put Luke under the LGBTQIA+ like list. And that was why, because of one story from Sam Maggs in that book. Where it had him basically being trapped. Like, I don't know if like some ice collapsed or something, but it had him being trapped. It was on Hoth, which is why I thought it was from a different point of view, or from a certain point of view. But him trapped there with like some random dude in a tunnel on Hoth.
And then so he has a romance with a random dude?
He doesn't have a romance. He has like fleeting romantic feelings. It's not like he kisses him or anything.
Like a romance?
No, like, if we get stuck in here any longer, if we need to stay warm, I might consider fucking that dude in the ass. That kind of thing. You just got to read between the lines.
Alrighty then. Can't wait for the animated adaptation of that.
There you go. Well, he's gone.
He killed it.
Imagine if the next Rolling Stone hit piece is about that, and they have to put this video together of me wearing this thing.
And all the comments are like, can you please explain why he's wearing? And the article's like, I don't actually know why he's wearing that.
So I do on my stream, on my streams usually that I do every Sunday, I end up clipping like a couple things out and like putting in standalone videos. There was one I did just with this on, and I just went through the whole thing like I was just doing a normal video. I never acknowledged I was wearing it. I never explained it. I just clipped it and put it out, and the comments were wild, dude.
You should do that with a bunch of different hats and headdresses or something.
Yeah. Look, so for the record, I don't... Well, fuck the record. I don't care what character... Again, I don't care what gender they make a character. I don't care what sexual preference or whatever. It doesn't matter to me as long as he's a good character. But when they take pre-established characters that are known to be straight or gay or whatever, and they change them, I don't understand the purpose of that. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi. We know he's straight. We know he's been with Satine. But all of a sudden he's now bisexual or something. I don't understand. And if, like, let's say Qui-Gon Jinn was gay, and then they want to make him straight, why? Why are we doing this? Why is there such a focus on that? Let's just focus on these characters and how they were pre-established by George. If they're new characters, cool. I think, what was it? Holdo? I think Holdo is the first gay character, was it?
Wow. Great representation.
I think so.
And that's the thing. First of all, there were gay characters in the expanded universe and have been for years before Disney took over.
Yeah.
That wasn't the focus of a lot of stories, and some of them, especially in Legacy of the Force, there's a Mandalorian couple. They're both dudes, and you almost like don't even notice it when you're reading because they're not making a big deal out of it. They're simply letting you know that these two dudes are married and have a family, whatever.
Right.
But to your statement about why do they do it to existing characters, the reality is they do it because if they create an original character, these people are such poor writers that no one will care about that original character. Wow. We've seen that over and over again. So it's not important. So what they do is they take a character that's known, they take a character that has a fan base, and they make that change, one, because people will notice and it'll just get more attention. And then it's like, hey, look at what we have. We have this now. It's almost like they've claimed a scalp, which is like kind of weird. But
Yeah,
that's how I see it, at least, because I just think it's too difficult for them to create original characters that people actually care about, to have
that makes
authentic
sense.
representation.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I personally, I'm just of the philosophy that your sexual preference and your sexual identity is probably like the least interesting thing about a human being. So it's like it's none of my business, right? It's a private matter. It's not my concern, and same goes for you, right? So it's like I think we should just judge each other on who we are as people, and then when you're coming to writing stories, who cares what they do in their private
Well,
life?
oftentimes it'll depend on the context of the story being told, right? Like how relevant that will even be. But with Star Wars, it's like I just don't even see why it's coming up ever.
Well, yeah, like with Lando, now he has sex with robots.
It's like, yeah, that didn't add anything to Solo.
Like, how does that help? How does that help me? How does it help the character? What is he fucks his robot? Why?
Let you know
Why
he's
would you?
really horny, in case you didn't notice already when he tries to hit on Leia.
What? Literally in front of Han. It's like, well, okay.
That's like a power play, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. What I got from Revenge of the Sith, Palp hid in the light. He knew both the light and the dark side, studied them both. While using the light, he remained undetected. No, I don't think so. I think that he
clouded everybody with the dark side or whatever, right?
He literally clouded the shit out of everybody with his powers. Yeah. Papa Serge. 6 out of 10, bro. You got 10?
Yeah.
I think if
I like how you just caught on to that after you've gone through literally 5 of these super chats.
I have maybe slept like a few hours the last several days, and I have like mucus stuck in my brain. I'm like very slow today. Yeah. Nice. So
all right.
I think if Luke had killed Palpy right then and there, he'd stay the same person. I think it's wonky storytelling in a wonky movie.
So if he fights Vader and then just chops him into pieces, like the attitude and motivations that would require him to go that far would likely have meant that he's like, started down a path now that would allow him to do it to Palpatine, do it to anybody that ever crossed him or he ever thought was out of line. Like that's the concern we have for Luke. And him refusing to do that with Vader is an outright like, I'm drawing a line, I ain't crossing it sort of thing. It's a very spiritual and character-based thing as opposed to a literal like, but killing Vader is good and Palpatine is good because they're bad guys. So it's a bit more than that, because the prior one said like, well, so Yoda would have gone to the dark side if he had killed Palpatine or Revenge of the Sith. It's like, no, I don't think so. Yoda's like strictly there almost as a paladin of like the Jedi Order. He's coming there to stop Big Bad Man, while Luke on the other hand is still a Jedi in training for the most part, right? He's still, we're not entirely sure exactly where his path's going to go. Yoda's like 900 or something. he's been he's been kicking on for a while and everything. I mean,
he only learned to talk after he was 500. But
how the fuck is that going to work out?
You're right, and that's one of the things that I actually really liked. Some stuff that they took in the expanded universe in the new Jedi Order series, which is a little bit controversial to some people. Star Wars got a little dark then, and some people didn't really like what necessarily happened. One thing I really liked about Luke's arc in that is that he is so scared of his students falling to the dark side and himself being tempted that he ends up being so, he doesn't want to engage unless it's like purely defensive, right? Because he like remembers those lessons. He's seen what the dark side can do to people, and he doesn't want to be the aggressor for fear, not just for himself, but also for all of his students, that could lead them to be susceptible to falling to the dark side. And you see him really struggle with that. And that's kind of his failure. That's his weakness, is that he's so fearful of of his students falling to the dark side. And he kind of has to overcome that and be open to like doing what needs to be done and having trust in his students, having trust that he's trained them the right way. And then that's how the kind of rest of that series takes off. So that's what to me, that's what you have to do to a character like Luke, is you take those things that are like we've seen play out, that are his inherent strengths, and tweak that into, you can see how that might become a weakness if he's too unwilling to come to battle and waits too long. And instead, what we got was, dude who was sitting there thinking about slashing his nephew in his sleep.
No, to be fair, I've done that with family members with bad dreams.
Yeah, of course. People are like, well, he didn't actually do it. Well, but he was standing there thinking about it. He was thinking about it.
And he was ashamed of having thought about it, and Kylo reacted to the act of it trying to kill him. So the idea that this is some chill moment of a casual thought, it ain't. Oh, what a mess that moment was. That's probably where Star Wars died, wasn't it? That scene.
I saw somebody say, how did Rey get pregnant with Kylo's Force baby? I actually have listen, if Lucasfilm's listening, if you're still working on the script for the Rey movie, I have something I think could be very compelling. I want Kylo to have impregnated Rey Skywalker. Force impregnated her. Life Force is a baby growing in there. But because Rey's so broken up about everything that happened, she seeks comfort in the arms of Finn immediately in the aftermath of Ben Solo dying. And they have sex. So she's actually has twins. One of them is black and one of them is white. One of them is Finn's baby. The other is Kylo's baby. And really, this is a story about how them as brothers with different skin color get together and save the galaxy.
So I will approve of the story if they can have a Force battle in the womb.
Ooh, there you go. I'd love that. That's my pitch. Do it. Come on. I want to see it.
Great time to walk in.
Mauler will probably have a big if you hate Dave.
Ryan, I'm really looking forward to hanging with you, man, in a couple weeks here.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, dude. Have you gone?
Yeah, it's gonna be good to see you. Who else is coming? Gary,
Drinker,
Critical Drinker
is gonna be there. Gary's gonna be there. Some of his crew, so like Extra Girl and Quarter Black Garrett will be there. Obviously, Jay's gonna be there.
Yeah, we're supposed to hang out. We're supposed to go to Disneyland, Disney World. X-Ray Girl's gonna be there.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, I think Disbrew's coming. I don't know when he's gonna be there, but yeah, Disbrew's coming over at some point.
Who?
Disbrew. He's a British creator.
He is British. Cool. On this note, by the way, about Dave, I'm curious if I wouldn't have to do a single thing. I have a feeling Dave's going to ruin his own reputation in the next few years. It's going to crash.
I disagree.
Oh, well, you know what? Pin it, everybody. Check back in 3 years' time or so.
Back in 3 years' time. Should we put a bet on it? What do we bet?
Easy, yeah. So the bet, to be absolutely crystal clear, is that you are going to think less of him as an artist after his next, however many Star Wars projects. To be fair, I don't want to put 3 years on it just in case he releases nothing in 3 years. Then I would be like, oh, well, that fucking makes sense.
Well, whatever. It's his movie, let's say.
Yeah, after his movie.
Okay.
Alrighty. How much you want to put on it? Wait, Ryan, where would you fall on that?
I've had the lowest opinion of Dave Filoni literally since 2008. So
yeah, he hates Dave.
But other people, what does he think?
Oh, 100%. I can tell you when I first came on YouTube in 2019 is when I started my channel. Whenever I used to criticize Dave Filoni, I would get so much pushback from people. Those are usually my worst, the worst feedback was when I was saying what I felt about someone like Dave Filoni. 4 years later, completely different story. There's still some people that certainly are going to certainly defend him, but now that we've seen the scope of his work outside of cartoons, and I think it's getting exposed to a larger audience, you have a much different perspective coming from people. And I can tell you that his reputation has decreased significantly over the past 4 years because more people now are familiar with his work. That's to me, that's the bottom line is more people have seen it.
Right. I could see that.
People are like, you didn't even bet, you didn't even put anything. I saw someone suggest we could put a saber on the line. I'll buy another one if I lose.
In 3 fucking years.
If you lose, you got to buy me a saber.
Mauler bought an Annie episode 3. Thank you, Mauler. Appreciate that.
Oh, hell yeah. The Dark Apprentice one, right?
You're good. What? No,
yeah. I'm pretty sure I got that one. I didn't get the Shadow one.
You didn't get Annie 3?
No. I got Dark Apprentice.
Oh, that one's sick.
It is sick.
Yes. It's got the crystal inside, which glows.
So whenever he releases his Mando movie, we'll ask if your opinion of him has gone up or down. And if it's down, then I get to have a Count Dooku lightsaber.
No problem. Yeah, okay. You buy one or I send you one. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I could
Yeah,
be
you have to
dead in-
remind
I
us
could
of
be
this when
dead
the
in
Manda
3
movie comes out.
years.
What's that?
I could be dead in 3 years.
You're too
That's-
hateful to die,
Nah.
Ryan.
You'll be fine.
my
You're on the
hate
upside.
my hate will sustain me, just like Maul.
Exactly.
Yeah, your fucking pharaoh hat will.
Except I
protect
have an asshole and can poop, so
you.
makes more sense for me to stay alive than him.
I highly doubt Luke would be weak enough to let the killing of the most evil man in the galaxy dramatically change his alignment.
It's kind of like looking at the reverse direction. Not to keep talking about this, but you're seeing it as like killing Palpatine. Why would that make a person evil? It's like it's not really about that. It's Luke's motive to commit to the action. I think Ryan was saying that earlier as well.
Yeah.
Was
And
it
even-
backwards the whole time? That was fucking backwards.
Oh no, I was just adjusting.
Because I never noticed the snake. I just see the snake now.
Yeah,
it's gorgeous.
Freaking Cobra.
Thing's cool. Are you gonna bring it with you? Are you in Florida?
Yeah, I'm in
Oh,
Orlando.
shit. Oh, okay.
In Orlando
No.
right now. So
Cool. Nice.
and then like to this comment, yeah, of course people could be. We literally see 5 minutes after it. Well, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. We see Vader redeemed, but it's not about that. It's
I also
it's
think
about the
that-
active. Go ahead.
Per person, everyone is different in terms of their susceptibility to like light and dark. I don't think it's like the same for everybody. It's, there are some people who are just like stalwart, and then some people who are like really shaky, and then some people who are probably like, fuck the light side, dark side all the way, baby.
I hate to put Ryan on the spot, but also I love it. Ryan, you can also say no. But chat, how much would you like it if Ryan were to become a regular of Stargrift Mondays?
This is what he does, Ryan. He does it live so that you can't escape.
Would you asking me or asking the chat?
I'm asking chat. Fuck you. You don't have a choice.
Bro, your chat, I am like the last Jedi to your chat. Right? Like there are some I mostly don't look at it, to be honest. But when I do, it's just like some of you
Well,
guys
just
love me.
spam one.
Some of you want me to
So-
actually fucking die.
Spam one if you want Ryan.
My vote is yes, by the way, and I count
My
for
vote is yes.
like half of chat's vote or whatever. So I think that we're already up to 50% at least. But I was going to say as well, on top of that, I think that Ryan, you are super controversial to his chat, but it's funny because you've been softening a lot of your opinions. I'm more than aware of that, and to be honest with you, so
Is
am
he?
I. Like, oh yeah,
Are
like,
you?
it's the way.
Yeah, like-
Yeah, but it's how you. I think you softened yours as well, somewhat. Theory in terms of like
Me?
you're more susceptible and like chill with harsh criticisms. You try and meet them halfway. We all are, but like as time goes on, we'll probably be more harsher maybe with certain
Because
things.
you
Well,
guys
like,
are my friends.
If I'm
Exactly. I
talking-
don't think there's anything wrong with that.
If I'm on
No.
my channel, like talking to my chat, like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like hold back at all. I might use some hyperbole because everybody there is familiar with me and like my takes. When I'm here, obviously, there's a lot of people that don't know me, so I'm gonna give my actual take, but I might, present it in a way that's maybe more appealable to somebody who fucking hates my guts. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm getting at. Is like
yeah.
in our respective home bases, like on
Right.
EFAB, Dave Filoni is seen as like a child who can't write anything. But here, I'm like, well, I'll be clear. I understand that he has a point of view, that he's learned from this and that, and he's done this and achieved this, but that I think he's failed here. As time goes on, the three of us can probably be a little more honest, or not even honest, a little more brash.
Yes,
Because
for
because
sure.
the audience will have a better and better understanding of how we speak and how we think.
The poll is up, everyone. So go vote.
Poll. I love that you're just trying to trap Ryan.
It's
He's a
funny
big boy.
'cause
He can say no.
bro.
He's
The
a big boy, it's
reaction
true.
to the reaction to was it last week when I was just like, what needs to happen to Baby? I'm like, he just needs to fucking die. It's
Yeah.
like now
Yeah,
Mauler's
yeah.
like, hey, you need to be a little more brash. Okay.
I agreed with you. That's why I was
Well,
like,
what'd you say? Like,
I can't
put
even
him in a
upstage
meat
that.
grinder? It's like, put him in a meat grinder or something. I'm like, whoa, holy
Fuck yeah.
shit.
I don't recall saying that, but I certainly could have.
Well, the thing about that one too is that that's not even a harsh hot take, because a lot of people in chat believe he should be killed as well. Like it's
Yeah.
don't.
Our hottest take. Sometimes we're not even sure which ones it'll be. We'll
I
see
love
from
little
chat.
Baby Yoda.
My hot take was that I gave the Batman an 8 out of 10. That's like my historic hot take.
Well, you're
What's my
sitting at a
hottest Star
90%
Wars
right
take?
now with 600 votes. So
That's pretty good.
in a minute, 1 minute. So,
I guess I got to do it. I can't commit to every single week, but I will try to be here. I'll try to be here.
2 o'clock PT, 5 o'clock EST every Monday.
There you
Wait, so
go.
the time you guys started today, is that our normal time now?
Yeah, let's do that as a normal time.
Okay.
Three's too late.
I need to like absorb that information because I was so fucking confused today. Because I think I had agreed to it, but I forgot I agreed to it. The moving
Yeah,
it
I
back.
probably should have updated you. I'm sorry. I
That was my
literally
bad.
I didn't sleep, and then I ended up calling PayPal at fucking 6 in the morning. It was 9 in the morning here, and then I went got breakfast, and I came back to bed, and I'm like, oh shit, it's time for Stargroup. Let's start. Oh shit, the Bad Batch is out. Oh, okay.
You know what's crazy is that I just noticed because I looked at ever since I put this hat on, I don't look as yellow. It's like it changed the white balance. I don't look as jaundiced as I did before I put this on.
Yeah,
notice
no,
that?
because yeah, it's great. See,
Look,
now
I look
you're-
fucking yellow.
You're fucking dying, dude.
And before he keeps this on all the time now.
I would love it if he did.
That's balanced. There we go.
It's
I don't
okay.
know.
It's better lighting than what the fuck I got going on right now. Like, Jesus, horrible. Look at this. I got this like random light hanging over my head here, and I ended up breaking by accident. And I got this lamp shade over here. I don't know what I'm doing with this thing. I'm just figuring shit out. Does this microphone even sound good?
Yeah, it sounds all right. It doesn't sound as good as it should, I think, right? Because it's a show
No.
microphone.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Well, yeah. What is that? Just a USB connector? Yeah.
USB-C.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Should sound better, but
Before you came on, Mauler, like I don't know what the fuck he was using earlier, but then he like grabs that and it sounded like shit when he first plugged it in. It sounds better now.
Well, you see, when I arrive, quality just cranks all the way up, even other people's microphones.
Mauler's always cranking it.
Mm-hmm.
Cranking his willy. So if Luke tried to kill him while in a state of calm, he'd be okay.
In theory, yeah. If Luke was to execute Palpatine to prevent something really bad from happening, whatever, in a calm way, but not like that scene is a really bad example because Palpatine's like, look at all your friends out there getting fucking killed. How's that make you feel? And Luke's like, yeah, not great actually. You know, it's not like he's not in a good state of mind to be making that decision.
Right. It's literally just like in Revenge of the Sith when Palpatine is like sensing how much Anakin hates him and how much he wants to kill him. It's like that same exact feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The term light side was never mentioned in the OG films. I always assumed the Force wasn't dualistic, but the dark side was just the Force corrupted or out of balance.
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah.
Can I try something here? Let me know.
Do it. Do you wanna...
Last time he did this, he just like pulled the plug and muted himself.
How does this sound? Sound better?
It's such a little nub of a microphone.
Yeah, it's like, man, that was a big old condom for that. You know what I mean?
It's not even meant for this thing. Couldn't find it. Yeah, does this sound better or does this sound the same shit?
Sounds kind of the same.
Okay. I'm fine with that. And it's always better going in raw. So
yeah, rather than
like
have
that.
some big ass thing in my face.
Yes. I'd rather have a small penis in my face than a big one.
As a man, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if he killed Palpy in anger, it's a righteous anger, isn't it? Not all anger is born of malice. Can't the dumb Force distinguish the two?
All right. To end this, if he had killed Palpatine, he may have been able to not go crazy and start using the Force to dominate with power and kill everyone or everything. He may have been like, I'm okay, I'm balanced, I understand, blah blah blah. But the character himself was like, I ain't striking someone down in the state of being that I am. I'm instead gonna follow my father's footsteps, knowing what he knew, before he turned and everything. Like, it's not just the mechanics of the Force or what could happen to him. It's so primarily focused on Luke, what Luke is thinking at the time, what Luke knows, and what decisions he feels he needs to make, especially staring at his father, knowing that he made the mistake when he was faced with the same decision.
Thank you, just
I still. What?
I was just thanking the super chatter for his 10 super chats.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, thank you for that. I personally think that if Luke had killed him, he wouldn't have been like, okay, now I'm going to join you, Dad. I'm part of the dark side.
I don't think
that's how it would have worked.
No, I don't think that that's what the film is arguing either. I think it's trying to say that Luke will now use like anger and force to engage with what he believes is right, to the point where
Right.
you know a Leia or a Han could be like, "Oh, we need to do this," and he's just like, "No, you'll do this, and you'll do this," and it's just like,
Like
okay,
that's what happened like to Vader. Now he got misled and convinced that this would be right for the galaxy, right? But he decides to use the dark side to further what he believes is the right thing for the galaxy and for the people he cares about.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yoda himself says the Sith must be destroyed in order to bring balance. The entire prophecy that Anakin would bring balance to the Force makes no sense if the Force automatically balances.
Correct. Which is why I'm saying that Mortis doesn't make sense. And why why that's my interpretation of what George is saying.
I'm with you on that, but the people who would make that statement would then respond with, that is the Force automatically balancing by bringing Anakin in to do what he does. Like, that's probably how they would frame that.
Yes, but by balancing it, he doesn't make sure there's an equal number of Sith and Jedi, right? That's not what the Chosen One does to bring balance. The Chosen One erases the dark side to bring balance.
Yeah, because there's like actually no more Sith at that point that we know of, right?
Correct. Now, of course, that gets a little sketchy. You just continue on. And
yeah, because there's going to be more and more and more. And they'll be like, actually, there was a guy called Grumbo who has 3 lightsabers on his face, and you got to kill him too, because he was...
Yeah, Grunbo, the last of surviving Sith.
The last Sith.
The last Grunbo. But that's why, I mean, that's why I interpret it that way, from not only what George is saying, but also from the way it was described, like all the way up through everything. First several decades of Star Wars storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got 1,000 votes, over 1,000 votes. 88% say, yeah, let's have Ryan.
I guess he doesn't have a choice now.
Yeah, you got no choice.
The will of the people.
The wills.
The wills of the Force must bring balance, and I think I am here to bring balance to this podcast.
All right, Bendu.
By eliminating the Sith.
All right, go boy. Bendu is proof the Force isn't female. Sorry. Yeah, what about that?
Did we ever ask Bendu his pronouns?
Now you see Ahsoka limp out of the temple as well.
That was the video we played.
Yes. We're that far back?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah,
So if you remember, like, when Ezra pulls Ahsoka in season 4, she's about to get sliced by Vader.
Right.
My interpretation is Ezra prevents that from happening. Ahsoka goes back to the world between worlds in an opening that is in that same like time and place.
Yeah.
That's her like after.
So why did they do that at all? If she's limping out at the end and we're like, oh, so she survived, why have the will between worlds thing at all?
Exactly.
And that's the thing, like it's not like Ahsoka comes back in season 3 or like finds her way back. She's out. Everyone thinks she's dead and has been dead for years.
Yeah, that's what I was always confused about. I'm like, well, if she's all right, then what? It's not believable that Vader couldn't kill her?
Yeah, and that's kind of why.
Or is it just left to interpretation? Like maybe we're just supposed to be like, well, who knows what happens?
It is Filoni.
But I know he likes to leave shit to interpretation.
It's true.
I like that. I don't mind it. Yeah.
As all great storytellers do.
That could be used as a generous shield, I think, at times.
It could be, yes, for sure.
He does not like to give like hard definitions on shit like that. He's always like very squirmy. It's like, well, like, you know, it really just depends on your on your point of view.
Yeah, but I love that. I actually like that kind of stuff because it's like, oh, cool. Like, okay, so I can kind of like go any way I want with this sort of thing.
Yeah, your name's literally fucking Star Wars Theory. Of course you like that.
Well, yes, sorry. I want to be able to use my imagination a little bit. But
I have no imagination.
No, I know. You want direct answers.
I'm
Mauler,
somewhere in between.
Did you ever do a thing on Inception?
Like a video or coverage or anything?
Yeah, because the end to that is totally up to interpretation.
Oh yeah, I hate the ending of Inception. But the thing is, ambiguity in ending, like The Thing, is probably one of my favorite horror movies of all time, and that's a hyper ambiguous ending. Well, depending on who you talk to, it's hyper ambiguous. Then you have like Blade Runner being, depending again on who you talk to, ambiguous as to whether or not he's a replicant. I'm trying to think of like other famously classic sort of stories that kind of with Joker, 2019 Joker, where they were like, you know, as the end, how much of it happened in his head, how much of it was real.
Right.
Again, I want to make sure, because fucking chat are gonna get triggered. It's like, no, it's down to every individual. What I'm saying is the fact that there's a big fight between people as to whether or not one ending or the other one suffices. You could argue there's an ambiguity for those.
Wait, you think in Joker with Joaquin Phoenix that a lot of that was happening in his head?
There are people who run that theory because of how the film closes out, but for me, personally, I think all of it happened, you know.
Yeah, like there's obviously some that clearly he did have in his head, but the
Yeah.
totality, like once he figures that out and snaps out of it, like he understands that. I think all that's real, and how it ends is real, which is, but the way it ends, and this is why I hate that we're getting a second one. The way it ends is so perfect, because what is up in the air is what the fuck happens to this city after this, right? We don't need a second one.
We don't need it.
And I hate that we're getting a
But
second
Ryan,
one.
what if it's good though?
With Lady Gaga?
Yeah.
But Mauler, what if it's bad?
That would be the time where I'm like, well, we shouldn't have got this. But if it's good, I'll be like, ooh.
No, hold on.
Some people think Alien never should have got a sequel. Some people think Terminator never should have got a sequel.
Can you please explain to me how there are moments that made you believe that it could have been all just like in his head? Because in the end, he's standing on that cab or that cop car. Was it a cop car, I think? And he's...
Well, if you remember, it's all framed as like he's talking to a psychiatrist or whatever, and then he kills her at the end. Or, you know, how much of it do you 100% believe? This is part of the problem, actually, because now I'm saying, like, it's a musical. People say it as to why it's evidence that it would be bad. It's like, there are good musicals, so calm down. But also,
I love music.
You know how he imagined the girlfriend? He imagined a whole relationship with her. It's like, if that was confirmed in his head, then it's like, so is it going any further than that? And I think there's a couple of visual cues. I can't remember if it was like with clocks or something, that there's things that are out of whack in certain shots deliberately. And so some people theorize that all of it was in his head, but that, or like a fantasy, or that some of it was. Like I said, I prefer thinking that most of it was real.
Yeah, I think it's...
I always thought it was real. I don't know. That's an interesting theory, though. I like that. I like that kind of stuff. I like theory channels.
Joker theory.
Well, have you guys seen the theory of the Kevin McAllister grown up as Jigsaw? That's fun.
What? No, that's hilarious. That's amazing.
People are way too into these connected universes now.
I love that. That would make so much sense.
That, like, we saw his beginnings, the beginnings of like these ways to like torture people, put them through these games, was like everybody walking through his house in Home Alone.
That's fucking awesome. I would love to watch that video. There's a video?
Yeah, there's a video for that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm gonna watch that after this. Did we watched the Whitwer Sackoff interview where he had admitted to working on a secret project with Ron Moore? No. Let's see that.
That was on Katie Sackhoff's YouTube channel.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
Mauler's critique series of the sequel trilogy is legendary.
Long though.
Yeah, I was talking to someone last night. She's a big fan of your channel. She said she's watched that video 3 times over.
Which one? It's like
the 11-hour one.
Which one?
I don't fucking know. I don't watch all your 11-hour shit. I'm not gonna sit there. I love you, but goddamn, I'm not gonna sit for 11 hours.
All right, I give it a thumbs up regardless. Cool.
Yeah, I do. Sure, and I'll drag it to the end. You know.
No, I didn't mean that. I mean, I'm happy to hear that someone's enjoying it, is what I mean.
Oh, no, I'm obviously going to help my boys' analytics.
Oh, I appreciate it.
YouTube, I watched the whole thing. Okay.
I'm still waiting on Force Awakens, Mauler. That's all. The only thing I want you to do before you die, content-wise, is finish your Force Awakens critique.
You and fucking everyone else. I'll get to it. I swear. The big reveal of that is literally just I'm desperate to try and work on things, and then just calamities happen, where like an editor's working on a project and something goes horribly wrong, and so I'm like, oh, I'll help you out, and then fucking a month goes by, and I'm like, oh shit, like I haven't been able to work on anything else. Lord of the Rings messed everything up, but man, was that video worth it though.
How long did it take to make those 11-hour videos?
Obviously if it's a stream,
like 12 hours, and then with editing.
Oh, is that? You're right.
But if it's fully edited, the longest I've spent on a fully edited video was 7 months, I think.
Jesus Christ. World Between Worlds was the Deus Ex Machina to save Ahsoka because she can't beat Vader, and Filoni knows that.
Again, though,
Because-
I thought that the implication from the original was just that the building fell and they both sort of got separated. Adding the will between wills to be like, see, that's how she escaped, feels like it creates more problems than it solves.
Right, that's what I also thought too. I'm like, oh, okay, something must have happened and they separated at some point. Thoughts on the theory Palpatine using the will between worlds to escape the exploding Death Star?
God.
God.
He opened it. He opened a portal to the world between worlds as he was falling down.
You know
the
who
reactor
else
shaft.
did? Fucking Maul as he was falling
well,
down. He
You
was
know
like,
what the
opens it up.
Rise of Skywalker book said was that while he was falling, his soul already went into the fucking vessel on Exegol before his body hit the ground.
I don't know. I get that everyone likes Palpy. He's a really fun bad guy, but maybe
No,
he
don't
died.
change. Yeah, he's dead.
Maybe
George wanted him dead. He's dead.
Well, it's crazy because this was in the expanding universe, Dark Empire, very controversial because they also had a clone of Palpatine and it was using Force essence transfer and like all these things. And when that came out, people there's a big split. That's like historically when you go back, that's one of the more controversial things. Now, George did approve that storyline. What they wanted to do was have somebody running around in Vader armor for that storyline and use that as a way to get like Luke Skywalker involved. George vetoed that, but said it can be a Palpatine clone. But that was set up a little bit differently. Luke engages it completely differently. And now when you look back at that, people are like, God, it wasn't too bad when they did this, was it? Compared to what they decided to do for Rise of Skywalker. But it's just funny that they ripped off a plot line and did it so much worse. But that's what they do.
Reva was worse version of that chick from Jedi Fallen Order, and Hux became a worse version of Agent Kallus from Rebels. Older ideas made worse.
They do a lot of that.
Apparently, Hayden Christensen is rumored to be voicing Shadow the Hedgehog on the new Sonic. Yeah, I heard about this.
I hope that's true.
I want them to name it Sonic Shadow of the Hedgehog.
I need him to call Sonic a liar at some point. Shout it at him.
Darth Bane versus former Master Kasim is my favorite lightsaber duel outside of Episode 1 to 6. Do you guys have a favorite duel of the movies? Outside of the movies?
Yeah, mine would be Luke Skywalker versus Jason Solo. And basically just a little bit before Legacy of the Force ends. I fucking love that duel. Both of them end up pretty fucked up. And ironically, Luke has Jason dead to rights, but he doesn't kill him because his son is watching and his son wants to be the one to fucking, he really wants him dead. And Luke realizes that I can't fucking kill Jason, even though he's such a big threat. I can't kill him right now because I can't have my son watch that happen. And I might fucking follow the dark side if I do it right now too. Because this is after, I'd be spoiling a lot of Legacy of the Force, but I'll just put it that way. Seeing those guys go toe to toe was great.
Probably that fight for me in the Plagueis novel where Palpatine goes to actually save Plagueis. And he's going through that. He's climbing that vent, and then he drops in this room full of these who was it? It was these very rich.
It was supposed to be the secret society of people, and Plagueis was getting indoctrinated, but they were all actually assassins.
Dude, he literally sets the place on fire and kills, massacres everybody.
Just uses the Force to explode people and shit.
Just X-Men shit.
I also like how you see Plagueis gets injured in that, and only one and one of his hearts stops beating, and they really go into detail about how the moon physiology and what he's doing to help keep himself alive and shit.
Yeah, I really like that book a lot. I think it's really cool.
I was quite fond of seeing that final fight between Maul and Obi-Wan.
The 2-second fight.
Yeah, I don't know if it counts as a duel or not, but
of course it counts. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Seeing that out of context, and that I was told this is not representative of the quality of the show it's from, and I was like, oh, okay, fine. But this is kind of cool though. If you're stuck with Darth Maul is definitely alive, then that seems like a pretty strong ending again.
Yeah. Wow. Maybe he's alive again and again. Striking a balance. Maybe Reva finds him in the desert and resurrects him. Striking a balance is vital. Excessive devotion to the light side leads to strictness, like the Jedi ban on marriage, a fundamental human need. This aspect of Jedi shows corruption and distortion. Can't wait for Admiral Holdo beating Thrawn in Ahsoka season.
I wouldn't count it out, honestly. I really wouldn't. We'll get a young
Oh.
Holdo, right? And she'll be like a plucky, aggressive officer that's gonna actually like do really well. And
She's
prove
actually
that
like
she should be
best
admirable.
friends with Hera. Yeah.
Yeah, why wouldn't they do that? That's right in line with everything else.
Kill me.
The book Supernatural Encounters might provide insights into this. However, it's considered canon, non-canon, or possibly part of the EU.
Yeah, Supernatural Encounter is kind of going to be a hybrid, to be honest. I know they're using a little bit of Disney lore in there as well. So, but essentially a bunch of unpublished shit that they've kind of discovered and they're trying to get out.
My favorite thing listening to this is realizing how gay Star Wars is. Oh.
So when we were sitting there arguing over like how exactly the daughter died and how exactly the son died and like all this shit.
I love that shit. There's a clip where Dave Filoni said George wanted Ahsoka to die in Clone Wars. Yeah. I know. Hannah Parker. Never catch you guys live. Glad I did. Love the podcast on Spotify from Melbourne, Australia. What's up, Philip? Thanks, man. Thanks for catching the podcast. If they pull off Ventress coming back, they got to pull off Ventress live action. That's what we need.
Yeah, there's really not enough, strong female characters in Star Wars right now. They could really use another.
I mean, technically, there really isn't.
I know you're being sarcastic, but I fully agree with that. I
There's
think
no good ones.
No, there aren't. I think the actual good characters are already written by George. I don't think. Is there one good character besides Jyn Erso? This was like an okay character written by Disney. A good female character. Kira was all right.
Rose Tico, obviously.
Oh, fuck. She was great. She almost
Kira was
cost the
all
entire
right.
rebellion their lives.
Bro, I wish I like when I went to see Solo in theaters, the theater was empty. I really wish I could have been there with like just a room full of people when Darth Maul showed up. 95% of them have no fucking idea why Darth Maul's there.
Yeah, right.
Because they didn't watch Clone Wars.
Oh wait, are we
right.
including everything from Disney? You asking? Because yeah, I mean, pretty much everyone in Andor that has significant screen time is pretty strong, and you've got plenty of women in that. But the thing is, Mon Mothma isn't original, or I'm trying to remember all their names. I keep forgetting the fucking Kino Loy's name. It's such a fucking Star Wars name. Like all the Star Wars names, like if you need to repeat them a couple bunch of times before they like embed in your brain. Sometimes it's always like Jimbo John, that format.
Grumbo.
Yeah, or because Jar Jar's easy to remember. That's what makes Jar Jar so strong as a character. Is it's very easy to remember. Binker, the Binkster, that sort of thing. But you have some of the names that you just fucking forget.
What's the female Imperial officer's name? What's her name? Deidre.
Oh,
yeah, Chaskar, Deidre Miro.
Yeah.
See, Star Wars name.
That's like when I start up KOTOR and I just hit a random name generator, like Deidre Mira or whatever. Yeah.
You just want to have someone who's just like, I'm John. Like, oh, hey man.
Do you think Survivor's guilt can be enough of a consequence if done well? I don't understand.
I guess they're just trying to say is giving someone survivor's guilt after resurrecting them enough to justify like doing that. Basically, whenever you resurrect a character, you want to have a cost. That's the best way to try and justify it from an audience standpoint, because something needs to be taken. You can't just give it all back. It ruins the payoff. So yeah, maybe you could work with that.
What's up, Maddie? That's it right there. People working on Star Wars have no idea what they're doing. Bunch of people who have latched on to Star Wars for its success to enhance their own careers. Star Wars Theory and Maul, have y'all seen 1997 parody? Of course. Troops is like the #1 fan film. Is one of the originals.
I have not.
I like. Are you? Ryan, do you think you could pull it up?
Let me see.
I like how the sequels. Well, maybe we'll watch it another time. I like how the sequels insist the galaxy was at peace during the 30-year gap between 6 and 7. Yet the Disney Plus shows have these crazy galaxy-changing events occur. What did they accomplish in the OT? Yeah, well, it's just they're trying to create the remnants, right? So they're trying to create this, continue the story.
It was a really big mistake to set everything up like, oh yeah, like a year and a half after Return of the Jedi. That's when like the last battle was fought, and it was just nothing else after that. It's so insane to imagine that with all the control that the Imperials had over the entire galaxy, despite their leadership crumbling, despite Palpatine being gone, it would take so long to mop all that shit up. And that, to me, that's one of the biggest faults that they had, was making it so a year or two after Return of the Jedi is when the last thing is fought, and then everything's peaceful to the point where they demilitarize.
Yeah.
Even
it puts you in a fucking bind for any storytelling in between there.
Even at the end of the Clone Wars, erasing most of the Separatist leaders, a lot of the Star Wars stuff that came in between 3 and 4 said, well, you still got some Separatists, you know, in different places that you got to deal with. We were talking about the 501st last week, I think. The storyline in Battlefront 2, it's like what they basically do is clean up after the Clone Wars, because there's plenty of like different pockets of people doing different crazy things. And yeah, the Empire would be more poised to do that than even the Separatists were.
Wouldn't be the first time.
What was worse, sequels or Game of Thrones final seasons? Sequels, I think.
These difficult questions. It's Star Wars is just way more embedded, so the damage feels more significant. But I mean, they were pretty surgical in the final season of Game of Thrones. They destroyed everything, and that's not easy.
No, it's not.
It's tough because people very much like think they have a reason for it. It's like, well, Dan and Dave ran out of story, like they ran out of George's things, and people still are like, I can't wait till George finishes. I mean, he Winds of Winter will probably come out after he fucking dies. We'll get like an unfinished script. We're never gonna see Dream of Spring, but like, there's still so much. It feels like it's pretty easy to separate those two things for people, but I don't know. And also, I honestly thought that after the bad taste that Game of Thrones left in my mouth for season 7 and 8, kind of half of 6, that I was gonna hate House of the Dragon. Yeah, I've never been more pleasantly surprised by a series than House of the Dragon. I cannot wait for season 2, dude. It's gonna be dope.
Yeah, we'll be covering that together with Gary, right? I think.
Yep. Have you read Fire and Blood, Maul or Mauler?
Well, hey, the name's working. So, well, I made a decision. I was like, I could read it, but at this point, I think my preferred format is now going to be watching the show. And Gary was saying that it's more enjoyable as a format as well, because the Fire and Blood's like a history, right? Like a description rather than a story.
Yeah, Fire and Blood is basically a Cliff Notes version of Westerosi history.
Yeah.
And it's told from 3 slanted perspectives, so it's very tough to figure out which one is real, which one's an exaggeration, blah blah blah.
Something of a format change that happened was when we did the coverage of like the first few episodes, me and Gary, he was just flooding in spoilers. As far as I remember, I wasn't paying any attention really because I didn't know anything about it, and I was just like, oh yeah, that's where we'll go. What that character do? As the episodes went on, I would start being like, David's really awesome. He's like, oh yeah, just wait until I was like, well, you don't need to tell me. And then I think even people in chat, more and more people who were like starting to like the show were like, yeah, don't fucking talk. Don't even speculate based on the book. So that's going to be weird because you guys are going to have to save that for like your own stream, maybe, if you want to speculate based on knowing what happens.
We'll see.
I feel like the only clones to make it out of season 3 will be Gregor, Rex, and Wolfie. Hence, why they were the only ones alive in Rebels, and they will lose. It's very possible, but I don't see them killing off the entire Bad Batch team. That would just be kind of weird.
And that one random one that Obi-Wan ran into on that planet. I'm more interested in that fucking dude's story than any of the rest of the Obi-Wan series.
Yeah, that guy was cool.
I remember being like, oh, What does that mean? What's that? Oh, nothing. Okay.
Yeah, literally nothing. Thanks, Deborah.
Yep.
Thanks, Joby Harold.
Well, we say that now, and then like the next Star Wars announcement spinoff, like Toonie, the clone that you saw in this.
Toonie.
We're gonna get a 13 episode Disney Plus series. We're spending $300 million on it. Yay. He's gonna have like a female companion who's better than him.
Spending $1 billion on it.
It just like
why
on Toonie the clone.
just desert, and then it's just like this nice
fat cat
trooper
called
music.
Rufus.
Yeah.
And Rufus falls to the dark side, and he's like, "No, Rufus, please." And they're like, "We're not sure if there's going to be a season 2 yet. Fans are mixed on it."
Yeah, we're gonna sit there speculating about Toonie season 2. And
No, I
Rufus
see that
spin-off.
theory guy. He made so many videos already about it.
Fucking people reminded me of Wade as well. Wade.
Oh, Wade. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
I love the idea that
somebody said Darth Uchi. Somebody said Darth Uchi Disney Plus series.
Darth Uchi.
Well, Uchi's got an interesting story. I want to know about him.
Darth Uchi. Rip Wade, man. Yeah. Pouring out for Wade. Like I said, 98% of the audience went, "Who? Oh shit, did we know that guy? Damn, he's dead now, I guess." And then 2%, because they're so confused, were like, "No. Wait,
Not
who?
him."
wait, what?
Wait, who? No, please. Service theory, we should test your metal via rags. You two should talk about Star Wars, preferably the prequels and Andor. If you survive, you'll be a true master. Who's Rags?
It's my co-host on EFAP, who's, I guess, more known for being a bit more... what word can I use? Abrasive could be the word. He likes the prequels, but he would call them very bad.
Oh, yeah, sure. I think that'd be a fun discussion.
Somebody in chat said an Admiral Akbar backstory.
They don't care about it. No, it can't be a character that like we care about. They would be like, "Whoa, like why would we ever take a character you guys actually give a shit about?" No. Let's get back
Admiral
to Judy.
Akbar was a fucking slave who worked on the Death Star and was like assigned to Tarkin.
And then
shit about
first
strategy.
episode, he kicks him in the face and says, "You'll never be in a position of power to do anything to this structure ever." He's like,
I have been oppressed for long enough. Yeah.
"Trust your weight.
Yeah.
Trust your weight."
Jumps into a fishbowl.
Flushes himself down a toilet.
Family Guy style.
Just like twists around. Yeah.
Oh, man. And Luke married Mara Jade in the EU, and they had a son.
That's right.
Just for a favor, a member of the John Williams Fan Network Forum has started a petition to get the complete soundtracks to the OT released. Could you guys maybe give it a shout out to help the music get the release they deserve? Why doesn't it have a release? Wouldn't that be going against George?
Start a petition to get the complete soundtracks of the OT released.
I mean, including bloopers. Like every time, a violin is fucked up, and they're like, cut. I don't know exactly what that, I don't know exactly. I mean, in theory, I could imagine that there was some stuff that they recorded for it for scenes that maybe didn't make the final cut or things like this. So I can see there being some stuff out there that we haven't heard.
That is funny enough.
It's just so funny, man. Zoomed in is just so fucking funny.
Especially when I'm like talking serious.
Yeah, the seriousness is.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is I'd be all for releasing all of John Williams stuff if you'd stop fucking copyright claiming everything that has 2 seconds of John Williams fucking score. Jurassic Park, Indiana Jones, Star Wars. Motherfucker claims every single thing. I can't play a damn video game. Can't play Battlefront without this fuck. As if you need more money, John Williams. Stop fucking copyright claiming my shit.
And you know what? John is specifically targeting your channel. He's like, that Ryan Kinel playing Battlefront 2 again.
Yeah. I know it.
You killed Theory again.
He's dead. Finally, the mainstream media got what they wanted.
Now Ryan's gonna be the hero.
Yeah, I don't know what they're dealing with now.
The Pharaoh hero.
Yeah. Yeah. The unknown hero. Oh god. I keep breaking this fucking chair. God damn it. Yeah, no, it's really annoying how they copyright so much shit that has like 0.2 seconds of a John Williams song, man. Like it was like a 9-hour stream I did, and there was like maybe 10 seconds of I think it was one of the songs from Revenge of the Sith, and fucking they took the whole stream, all 9 hours. Fuck them. Not John Williams. Like who is it?
Fuck John Williams.
No, not fuck. No, never. No, he can have all the money he wants for my channel, but
he can't have mine. I don't have as much as you. I don't have as many fucking subs as you. I need that shit. I'm trying to live here, John. You're like fucking 90. It's got enough.
You don't need money anymore.
Fuck. Now this is gonna be my fault again. Random, but after I saw your video with Nick Gillard, I knew I recognized him from a movie. I figured out he's the German soldier in Last Crusade who's laughing at Indy through the periscope on the tank. Nick's been in a lot of different movies, a lot of different projects. Yeah. People just recognize him for Star Wars. But he's been in a ton of different stuff. Be thankful it hasn't gone full non-binary, preachy like Star Trek Discovery. Hopefully I've never known such god-awful storytelling. Kylo's turn to the dark side never made any sense. Your uncle tries to kill you, therefore you become a genocidal maniac.
I guess they'd all use already. I don't know. Dark side, because Snoke had been like whispering to him at night on his phone or something.
Well, yeah. Well, you have to read the Rise of Kylo Ren comic book arc, where
oh god,
Snork is where Snoke is actually like communicating with Kylo and like doing that shit to him. Snork.
That's what his name should be. Fucking hell.
Snork. What I call Grogu the other day.
I don't know. Grongus.
Yeah, I remember you fucked it up. It was
or something.
Something like that. It's great. You're getting the mucus out of my head. Mauler, do you think Dave can improve with more live action reps since Ahsoka was his first project by himself?
Yeah, it's more than possible, right? Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't be. It's just that from keeping an eye on him, not even like fully, I get a sense that giving him more power and more creative control is not the answer we're looking for. So I worry that it's going to get worse before it gets better. But hey, you know what? We'll see. Maybe I'll be getting myself another lightsaber. Who knows?
Maybe.
Can't get any worse.
Chat, make sure you're hitting that like button right now.
Never say
3,000 a year. How's my favorite Irishman?
Hey, you know what? Theory, he got it right eventually.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. How long of a flight is it from Scotland? Is he from Scotland? Is Drinker from Scotland, or was it Ireland?
Scotland.
Fuck off. Whatever. How?
Scottish people talk like this, like Braveheart.
Yeah.
And then Irish people talk like leprechauns.
Oh shit! See, you could say it. I can't say that.
I got to remember it.
Then you got
what do Welsh people talk like?
Oh, Welsh people talk, I guess. That's how they talk. A lot of them, anyway. And then you get like the fucking rugby players who talk like this. Yeah, and then you got like the billion English languages. To be fair, accents. You got like all kinds of variations of all of them, but those are like, I guess, the 4 major for Britain.
What's Cockney?
All right, governor.
It's like people that sound poor as shit. That's what I think. Right,
Yeah.
Mauler?
Pretty much, yeah. You get some rich ones doing it, I guess.
Fuck, dude. Huh. So what's a London accent?
Well, this
Right now, it's like, thank you, come again.
There's just old accents that everybody's around. I don't actually know if there's something of a London accent. I don't think there is.
Well, I guess it's just proper English, like James Bond.
Hello, I'm from England.
I'm very old.
I don't know about all this streaming business. Fucking Nigel Thornberry or something. Smashing.
Oh, fuck. Well, so then what was Austin Powers?
Well, English.
Mike Myers.
Yeah. Like the accent would be just English. I don't know about this, but I'm not even that good at specific. I just know the broad ones, obviously. Like I figure it should piss Americans off when people say an American accent because there's like 1,000 of those, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, we're such a bigger country, right? So people that are in the Northeast are going to sound way different than people in the South or people in the Midwest and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
For you guys, obviously, is a much smaller country. Like regionally, it kind of makes sense why you have those different accents. Like your Northeast would be a certain area, and your Southern accent would be like a certain area. And I get it.
But as Gary said, we talk gooder.
Mauler,
what's your Star Wars hot take? A new one. A new one? Like something I've never said before? Fuck, I don't know. Ryan, help me out.
Your new Star Wars hot take?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think you told me, like, I wasn't supposed to reveal this. We were DMing earlier, but you actually told me that Book of Boba Fett's your favorite show.
Well, no,
the amount of like the writing, the fact that they had 14 pages of script for the entire season. That you actually love that.
Once the Rainbow Vespas came in, I was like, so this is my show. Like that's it. They made this for me.
Oh, yeah, you're being sarcastic. Anakin's Force Ghost will get Ray Preckers. Then he'll.
I like that one.
Let's do it.
Keep Ryan so that Rolling Stone has an easy target.
Yeah, that's really what he's doing. He's fucking deflecting.
He's the meat shield.
Hiding behind the headdress.
Hey, you can't get me now. I'm diverse.
What an idiot. Who wrote that article? What an absolute brain dead idiot.
So horrific.
Women don't belong in Star Wars. He agreed.
I love the headline personally.
Fuck you. Fucking horrible article. I want Baby Yoda's end to be so horrific that it traumatizes everyone who loves that gremlin. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, my favorite part of season 1 was he got the shit kicked out of him. He was in that little bag. The stormtroopers.
That was a pretty good part. That was pretty good, yeah.
That was hard to watch. I was like, no, not this little man.
Somebody did like a 3-hour mix of that just to Toto's Africa. Just with them punching the baby over and over. I love it. I used to play it at the end of my streams and then get copyright claim from fucking Toto.
Probably just by humming that right now. Legends Quinlan Voss goes to the edge between light and dark, but always vigilant in his ideals as a Jedi. Ayla Secure, on the other hand, not so much.
Yeah, Quinlan Voss, badass.
All right.
Can see the great Pharaoh, please bless my harvest.
Bless you, my son.
When AI develops more than we can remake the sequels based on new Jedi Order books without needing any real actors. Yay, future. Well, yeah, that's what I'm doing, man, with the freaking Dark Empire. It's not far off. In a few years, we'll probably be able to do that so easily. Resend? Did you see the recent interviews between... Oh, no, I read this one, bro. We're just behind.
That's why you said resend.
Yeah. Sometimes they get angry, though. Like, you didn't read it! It's like, well...
The people want what they want.
Sometimes like, oh, money! Let me read this. Oh, sometimes you just gotta chill and have conversation. Dude,
that's what I have to do. I'm poor theory.
There's streamers who don't even read super chats. It blows my, like, you see Dr. Disrespect, he doesn't even fucking read them.
Yeah, it's like,
doing like 4,000 or 5,000 a stream. I assume it fucking reads like 2, 10.
Yeah, imagine if like you're a person that sends like $100 super chat being like how much I love you and watch you every day or whatever. And then there's like one dude named like Boner King 69 who sends like a 199. It's just like, thanks, Doc. He like reads that one.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like, so like what we do on FNT, like FNT is getting like out of control. We're having
how do you guys
17, 18,000 people watching. We basically read all the big ones. So we read all the big ones on stream, and then Gary typically does a super chat square up. So for all the other ones that are set on that stream, because we only go 3 or 4 hours, and there's a lot of super chats that get sent. So
Right.
we read the big ones that come in on the stream, and then Gary will do a super chat square up. He'll put that on the channel, just specifically release it, and so everybody gets their chat read at some point. But it's if we were to do an entire stream read every one, we'd be going a long fucking time.
So this is the thing that I think all of us learned gradually is that the more you read live, the less likely you are to get through them. Obviously, EFAP went from doing the show and then reading super chats, and then we ended up with capping out our stream time. Like YouTube caps at 11:45, I think, hours. So we decided to split them into the stream show, and then we do all the super chats in a block offline, so that the messages that come in, that's what came in. Drinker was doing open bar. We were doing a lot more live, but then he was like, the show was going to be pushed way too far. So he was like, what I'll do bigger ones. Or actually, I think he reads from the beginning to somewhat to the end. He tries to go for like 3 hours ish. Yeah. Then we do a catch-up episode. Real BBC, we do I think from the beginning, and then he does a catch-up stream as well. And I was just thinking to myself, like, basically, if you're a regular streamer who responds to super chats, you've got 2 streams most of the time, because you got to fucking do the catch-up part of it.
Right.
It's just about it's just about making sure the audience like has a certain expectation, right? So like,
yeah, no, I that's cool.
Yeah,
FNT's fucking huge now. It's crazy.
We almost hit 20K the other day, which is
that's amazing, dude.
Wild.
Yeah, and you want to make sure that people's messages that are sent in are addressed. And when you get to FNT size, it's starting to get actually like almost impossible. But from what I can tell, Gary's still doing a good job of keeping on it, which is impressive considering how much he runs.
Yeah, no, that's good for him.
That's why I have time to make so many videos, because I don't get as many super chats, So Gary spends all his time doing super chat square ups.
Well, your videos are quick.
They are.
Some of those are like 4 minutes, and they're like.
I'm known for being fast.
Yeah, see, that's what Mike Zero's doing now too, and he's killing it.
He literally fucking like anything that starts to like do well on my channel. Mike Zero all of a sudden has a story about it, where it's like,
well, he's just,
it'll be like, hey, this Rachel Zegler story took off, and then next thing I see Mike Zero's like, Rachel Zegler takes legal action against Disney after blah blah blah. It's like, man, Mike's killing it right now.
Well, he's getting these.
I wish I had no shame to just make up stories. But
is he making them? I don't watch that. Is he making them up, or is he?
Yeah, they're not real. Yeah.
Or is he just commenting on the news?
He's making them up.
You gotta say, in my opinion. Otherwise, you could be.
In my opinion,
yeah.
He's full of shit and making it up. Probably a good dude, but.
He is.
But if you see a story or a headline from Mike Zero, it's not real.
In my opinion, that's Ryan's opinion.
In my opinion, that's Mauler's opinion of Ryan's opinion.
In my opinion, no other opinions matter.
How dare you? Yeah, I would love to create like a Friday Night Tights for Star Wars. That'd be cool.
Like a big panel, and we just talk about, I guess,
everything
at this point,
everything we talk about. But I think it would be fun to bring on guests over time. Right?
Sure.
Like polarizing guests, like people who like fucking hate us or something, or whatever. I think that would make it interesting. No,
I thought it was funny when you had like, I can't remember which stream it was one of our Stargraphs where someone in chat was like, "Fuck you, Theory," like you this, that, the other. You're like, "Do you want to just jump on?" He was like, "No." Like, I don't want to go anywhere near you. It's like
they never
just
do.
Came onto the stream just to be a cock in chat and then leave like this.
Yeah, they never do. And I've so many times I've been like, "Hey, I'll invite," and this goes to anybody right now that's watching. I know there's a lot of people from Twitter or Rolling Stone or whatever watching or whatever, but to clip something out of context. But if you ever want to just come on and talk, by all means, just let me know. No problem. I have no problem with that. I encourage that. I think communication is really important.
Also, Fleam language was mentioned in an earlier super chat. That was
Fleam
language. It's something that just happens over on EFAT. We use certain words that they're kind of magical in a way, like tism, wombo, fleam. They replace it in other words so that you'll understand it in context eventually.
Got you.
You need a Rosetta Stone if you watch that show. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, like you're feeling pretty fleamy today, it seems.
Fleamy. I thought she was meaning like phlegmy because I'm like, yeah, I am.
Maybe, yeah, that would work. See?
He was like, yeah, you just got an accent.
I see. Yoda says the prophecy misread could have been Anakin did bring balance by killing off a majority of Jedi. At that point, there was way more light side users than dark side.
That is the Freddie Prinze Jr.
Explanation.
Yeah.
He's Sisyphist! Well, Michael Caine basically admitted that Inception's ending is real. What?
I'm laughing at that because that's
Right.
what fucking Freddie Prinze Jr. said.
And he's Sisyphist! Know your Greek mythology! Is real because Nolan said that any scene with him in it is real.
Michael Caine.
He's got one of the best. What's his accent?
English.
Just
You can sound like him if you want. Just say my cocaine.
no, I know, but like you were saying, there's different dialects.
Oh yeah, no. I was saying that there's so many that I don't even know the names of all of them. Az might be better to ask for that. Like, he'd be able to tell you.
Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I always wondered what Michael Caine's was. Chat, do you know? It's not Cockney.
Cockney, like, explain to me if this is correct. You know what is that fucking movie where they not Secret Service, Kingsman.
Yeah.
When in the beginning of that, where they're like in the bar and like that's Cockney, right? We can barely fucking understand any of them where they're like, "Oh, you really think that's something, isn't it?" Like whatever, you know what I'm talking about?
I think he might be Cockney, but like relaxed sort of. This is the other problem with accents is that within the same accent, you can have like different sounding people because of how they, I don't know, how well they enunciate, I guess.
You ever see that movie with the twins with Tom Hardy? What was it called?
Oh no, I haven't seen.
He plays two characters.
I know
you're thinking about
but...
Venom.
No. Here you fucker.
He does play two characters.
Yeah, totally. Venom 3 hype, huh?
Yeah, I can't wait to see the same story again. Madam Web is going to be killer, though.
I've had many dislikes about Theory, but never with misogyny. How the F do you get the idea Theory is misogynistic? Almost the Disney is paying people to say it. Yeah, sometimes I wonder that.
The thing is, though, like, there's people who hate us literally because of the fact that we like do damage to the overall perception of maybe Disney Star Wars, and they're just like, can I get something more real to hit them on, though? And literally, you're just like, women. And they go, got you. He hates women. There you go, got him. Everyone can hate him for real reasons now, instead of just saying you don't like Star Wars as it currently is.
It's kind of dope. It's actually brought out so many women that have messaged me and been like, "Oh, nice, these people are insane." Like, thank you.
It is insane. I've never taken it fucking seriously. It's just
No,
they do it all the time.
I mean,
it's easier to make you into like a crazy villain.
I've just never experienced a situation where I literally don't say a word, and yet it's as if all of a sudden.
Well, don't you know silence is violence theory? So say I say something on this stream and you don't immediately disavow or say that's wrong, right? Then if you don't push back on hatred and bigotry or wrong opinions, then you yourself are responsible for it.
I disagree with that.
Yes. It's not enough to be like a normal person. You have to be an anti-racist or, you know, shit like that. That's kind of like the level we're at.
I disagree with that.
I just let people have their own opinions. I don't need to correct everyone on it.
You're going to have a tough time escaping the misogynist label when we rename this stream the misogynist triumvirate. That's what we're going for.
Yeah.
See, Mauler will not be in trouble ever.
I disagree with that. You know what? I'd be right. I disagree with you on that one. It'd be funny if you guys see like, okay, that's the end of the stream. See you folks. Like, oh, I disagree with that. Just gotta make sure.
This one's for you, Ryan.
Off topic question. Ryan read Star Wars Republic Commando series by Karen Traviss. What's your opinion on the series? Have you read the books? So they're not like my favorite, but I really like how they depict the clones in that. And Karen Traviss actually had a lot of problems when Clone Wars came out because of so much of the work she did kind of building up that culture and how much really got fucking erased with TCW. And it was enough to make Karen Traviss basically just fucking leave. So I like them. I think they're pretty good. Not my favorite, but I enjoy them.
Biggest soupy of the night from J Mac. We appreciate you. Have any of you seen a channel called Renoke Gaming? He covers movie game monsters' diseases and goes into the science behind them.
These are gay monsters.
Movie gay monsters diseases. That's some fringe shit.
I'm gonna eat you. You better run.
Yoda's retarded brother.
Eat you, I will. He has a biology background, so his videos are interesting. I always think of French you when I watch stuff. Super fun channel. Was that like a plug or something? I don't know.
Biology background videos are interesting. I always think of Fringy when I watch stuff. Channel. I mean, sure. Roanoke Gaming. Yeah, I mean, sounds like fun. I guess. Yeah.
I've never heard of it, but
No,
I
it's an
have
interesting
now.
topic. Yeah, interesting topic for sure. It's
I would
always
like
fun
it more if
learning
it was about gay monsters, but
Oh my
50,
God.
dude.
50.
J Mac.
Okay, this J Mac guy, he's given like 50 to 100 to FNT. I'm pretty sure Real BBC, EFAP, Adam and Sitch's stream, and this one. This man, he's a member person. He just members everybody for every stream.
Is he a member
dude.
here? No,
Turn the
he's not
chat
a member
green.
here. I think this is one of.
Did
That's
he become a
crazy,
member
dude.
after that?
Oh, he's a member now. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, there he is.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, J Mac. That's cool.
Soma's really good.
Soma's on stream for $3 right now. Who's Soma?
It's a video game, and it's one that everyone should play. 'Cause it's fucking baller.
Oh, we got it. Are you doing a fan meetup at MegaCon? Yeah, eventually when I'm there, we'll figure it out. I mean, I'm
We're gonna
pretty
do
sure.
some. Yeah,
Usually, how that
so-
stuff works is like someone just takes a photo, and then someone sees me, and then the line ends up forming randomly. And it's like,
So we are going to Geeks and Gamers, FNT crew. We are going to do a fan meetup on Saturday night. Location TBA. We're still finalizing the details. Have to figure out between one of these two places, and then we're going to announce it probably tomorrow or maybe the next day at latest. We are going to be doing a meetup outside of MegaCon as well. So if anyone's been waiting for that,
well, maybe we should collab on that.
maybe I'll let you know.
Oh my god.
We're gonna fly Mauler out too.
That'd be great.
I'm just
We should
kidding.
show up.
He's banned. His passport got revoked.
Damn.
Wow.
Crazy thing is, he
Would
could
be.
be there. We wouldn't even know.
We wouldn't. No. Well, we'd recognize his voice.
That's
Well,
what
he-
I do want to do when I first go to like a meetup with you guys. I want to turn up. I was like, "Hey everybody, I'm a big fan of FNT." With like big glasses on or something. You could all be like, "Oh, hi." Then I'll be
Hey,
like,
how's it
"It's me,
going?"
by the way."
Do your Han Solo voice.
What's my Han Solo voice?
You've done it different parts in Force Awakens, I think. In your Force Awakens review.
I did for Han Solo. Do
I thought you did, didn't you?
you mean like the Sebastian Stan or? No, sorry, not Sebastian Stan. What's the Alden Ehrenreich? That's the guy.
Alden Aaron Third Reich. Yeah.
What the? I don't think that was his name, but yeah, sure.
He had changed it because it was so controversial.
Mm-hmm.
You've never done a Harrison Ford Han Solo impression?
I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar at all. Why his name isn't even? Sorry, his voice isn't even that memeable. It's like a normal voice.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess no one took that 10K, hey? So I made did you guys see that? I made a offer to anyone who can find a clip of me where I say women don't belong in Star Wars or Star Wars isn't for women, that I'm going to give them $10,000.
Well, clip that.
I already said it in writing and I said it in a video.
No, I mean, you literally just said it. We've got a
No, but
2-second clip of you.
Fuck off.
Well, I was saying,
We got him, boys.
I will take a finder's fee.
They need to link back to the video for the context.
Mm.
Because there's going to be some AI fuckers out there.
I will be making no offers about that.
All right. Claude is the strong female character to me. Mauler.
Why do I
Asa-
remember that?
Claude,
Character.
the weird
Penis
alien?
monster.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would I remember that? It's just like, I don't know. That's just stuff
I
you
don't know.
remember.
He just looks like a friendly guy. He would be a gay monster. He looks like a gay monster.
He does. He looks exactly like a
Right?
penis. So of course he'd be gay. But I do think that the fact that we remember Cloud's name and we can't remember a single character from Andor. It's very interesting to me.
What the fuck? I don't even know what that means though, because Claude doesn't even have a line.
I know, but it's like that fucking like stands out. Claude the penis monster, who I don't even think like I don't think anybody's like is. There might be one time they run by like, hey Claude, like do this or whatever. He's like, I don't have arms. But
I just love the idea. You go to a Star Wars con, it's like Mark Hamill's line is big and everyone else's stuff, and this huge queue, and you're like, oh, what's this for? It's like Claude, obviously. he's over there signing autographs and stuff.
What does he sound like?
I don't know.
Oh, I feel like that's what he sounds like.
It sounds like a Han Solo.
Bro, what if he opened his mouth and he's like, well, kid, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what happened here. The message transfer shit. Suggestion for the next Star Wars, for the next Sins vs. Wins. That's a movie you guys see as a middle. What's a movie you guys see as a middle of the road? Should be Suicide Squad.
So they're saying we do on UFAP we put cinema wins and cinema sins against each other. We score them on how good they do an assessment of a film. First one sins one, second one wins one. So now we did like a bad movie and a good movie. So now we want to do like a middle of the roads movie and see which one wins. We're thinking of doing the Mario movie. Let's see which one.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Assesses that better because that feels like a middle of the road type thing.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I think Ahsoka was a good character in the Clone Wars. What about you guys?
Well, my answer's worthless.
Yeah.
Well, we're Ryan though. Don't let him speak.
I think everybody knows mine. I don't like Ahsoka.
Oof.
That's right.
He's the one I deserve.
Mm-hmm. Tell them about what Nick said about his fight with Hayden in the temple being so brutal they had to downside it to a hologram. Yeah, well, yeah, go watch the vlog or go watch the clip on my Instagram. But essentially, yeah, we were supposed to get Hayden fighting. You know the hologram that Obi-Wan sees?
Yeah. Where he's killing the kids.
He's saying tell you guys. Oh yeah, okay. So he's killing. No, not the kids. He's killing Drellig and choking. Yeah, yeah. So that was actually supposed to be a full-on fight, and Anakin like beheads dudes and just fucking chokes one out, crushes them.
Mean.
Yeah, George actually cut it out. So it was
like too violent, right? So he like made him shrink it down to like you get a little taste of it on a hologram that you could get away with it to show some brutality, but not just Anakin dismembering people the entire time.
Yeah,
like I would love to have seen Anakin versus Sindralic. We do get to play through it in Revenge of the Sith, the video game. But yeah, like seeing Anakin go up against like essentially the Jedi battle master at the time would have been fucking awesome.
Oh well. Order 66 movie where nobody actually dies, they all escape, and then we make a bunch of TV shows. Be great.
That would be great. The origins of every survivor of Order 66. Season 1, 64 episodes.
We couldn't fit them all into season 1.
You do like weekly releases and it goes over a year.
Well, then you have to do that storyline of like, what happened during Order 66? Like, they tell us all the Jedi got killed, but I don't know. I don't believe it. What were they covering up? What were they doing in that building?
They call it 66 because that's how many people actually died.
What's up, Kevin? The true KK said Indy is a hero. Indiana Jones game made for modern audiences, huh?
You know the Indiana Jones game? I find it interesting that everyone's like
James
turning on it.
Scottish.
He is Scottish and Swiss, I believe, right?
Yeah, but well, it depends on. Are they trying to say because this is in relation to the accent conversation, right?
What, Sean Connery?
Well, yeah, but not all of them. Yeah. But like if you're talking lineage, it's different than accent, obviously.
But I do think that Bond is part Scottish, part Swiss. Am I making that up?
I am not familiar with the. Are you talking about like Fleming's original Bond versus like what he is in Dr. No or whatever?
Yeah, Fleming's novels meticulous to describe James Bond's Scottish Swiss background. Yeah,
there you go.
I love James Bond, dude.
So yeah, just quick, what I was going to bring up about the Indiana Jones thing. I was curious if you feel the same way, Ryan. But I thought from the trailer that looked like an incredibly lame game, and then everyone was like, "Oh my god, it's that clip that makes people think it's going to be bad." The thing that made everyone like it was the music and punching people. But if you look at it, it looks so scripted.
So
And then
I actually was like okay with the trailer in terms of it feeling like an Indiana Jones adventure. You know what I mean? I was like, the things that I didn't like were first person gameplay. If I'm playing like me or whatever, I'm fine, being first person. If I'm playing a fucking character that I love to see, like Indiana Jones, I kind of want to see Indiana Jones. Also, the whipping looks a little bit strange in first person, and I feel like just the character that Indy is with a whip and then a revolver, that the gameplay could get really repetitive, just whipping people, bringing them in and punching them.
I think genuinely everyone's imagination is what makes them think the game would be good from that trailer. If you watch the trailer and pay attention to everything they show you, it looks really simplistic and at times really restricted. Like I could imagine, the puzzle piece that he puts on the wall, like a gear or whatever. I could picture there being a huge room and it's like, there's a wall, there's 3 gear pieces and there's 3 gear slots.
Yes.
Better make sure you put the right one in the right place and then hit the switch and that's it. Like I could picture that's what it is.
I could picture that too. For me, just seeing what was there, I didn't mind like the entire story, like the idea of it. I liked how I like that opening sequence with the guy talking shit to him when he's buried in the sand and everything. A lot of it felt like a James Bond adventure, but it's way too soon to know if that game's gonna be any good.
Yeah.
And certainly there's one line that stands out when she's like, "Let's see if you can keep up." He's like, "What, me with you?" Whatever.
And then he just goes into her face over. Keep up with this, bitch.
Yeah.
What do you think of the final James Bond?
What's that?
What was that?
What do you think of the final James Bond movie?
I didn't like it.
I think that that Daniel Craig's James Bond is disconnected from all the other Bond movies. I think that's really the only way you can look at it. Even like I really like Casino Royale. Like I fucking love that movie. But from the start of that, if you're doing a Bond origin, you can't have female M. Like it makes no fucking sense. And they transitioned from female M to Ralph Fiennes. Am I saying that right, Welshman?
Yeah.
To Ralph Fiennes, who is supposed to be M from the first one. So it doesn't make any sense. And
yeah, it's weird.
I with the journey they put Daniel Craig on, the ending kind of makes sense because this is not James Bond like we've seen before. This is James Bond who is fucking obsessed over Vesper dying. And that has just been the shadow that hung over him the entire time. And I hate it. Like I hate the choices they made, but in terms of what they did in finale with him going out the way he did, it makes sense for what they did in this version of James Bond. Just so happens it's a fucking terrible version.
And just him going out at the end like that. I don't know. It's not character development. I get it, but it's James Bond, man.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. Like you really have to disconnect that in your mind with every other James Bond iteration we've ever had.
There are probably some actors who hate the roles they play and get away with it, but he didn't. Like you can fucking smell it when you watch those films that he hates being Bond.
Yeah.
Daniel Craig?
Yeah, he hated being. He said that he would rather like have fucking his eyes pulled out than play Bond again or something. Like
he said he'd rather slash his wrists
and
play James Bond again. And this is before he signed up to do the last one.
Yeah.
What? Didn't he get paid like 230 million euros?
Oh yeah, he got a lot.
The last one?
Got a lot. The thing is, if you watch what is it called? Fucking Quantum of Solace and Spectre, those two specifically are fucking atrocious. Skyfall is like bad but weird. This
Skyfall relies a lot upon nostalgia.
Yeah.
And I like Skyfall. Casino Royale is the best one. I like Skyfall. Quantum is horrific. Spectre, I like parts of it a lot, but they made it way too convoluted.
I kind of hated it.
like there's parts of it I like, but the problem is so fucking convoluted. And it's like the third time in that series that like, oh, Bond, you're too old for this. Oh, you're washed up. And it's like, okay, we fucking get it. But having him be his half brother or his adopted brother and their dad died, all that shit was way too convoluted to fit into one movie with Blofeld. Like,
yeah.
Couldn't do
By the way, Ray Fiennes, his full name is Rafe Nathaniel Twistleton Wycombe Fiennes.
Jesus.
It's like,
it's crazy.
Like,
I get why he shortened it.
It's like Albus, Wulfric, Percival, Brian, Dumbledore. Like,
yeah. So 50 million names in there. You guys have middle names?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I have 7.
Really?
I'm not going to tell you, though. I would dox myself completely.
Oh, crazy.
Is one of them Rufus?
3 of them, actually.
I figured.
Yeah. Was one of them King Tut?
I wish.
See, now you look pale with this thing on.
I know. Yeah.
Now you look.
Look how fucked up my hair, dude.
Die. Now you got great hair. Don't worry about it.
Well, listen.
No, I was thinking.
Not that I don't mind the compliment, but from you, I don't know how much it means.
It means a fucking lot.
Like I could have some hair, and you'd be like, "Oh God, I'm jealous."
Yeah. Have like a wisp like going this way. Be like,
you're like, oh God, I'm so envious of that.
Fuck, he's got the best. Yeah.
I could just imagine running my finger through it.
Yeah. Looks like alfalfa. Excited for the Vader episode 2. Just wondering if you have any creative plans for original music score. Yeah, it'll all be original. Probably I'll get fucking copyrighted again, even though it's original music. Hail, everyone. Really enjoy you all talking together with respect and understanding like this. Would love to hear Theory and Ryan's opinions on Krea's viewpoint of the Force from KOTOR 2. I didn't play KOTOR 2. And how she wanted to destroy it. I think the Sith Triumphant were actually pretty awesome, though, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we talked about that a while ago when I was on. Yeah, you got to play KOTOR 2, man. Restored content mod. The best way to do it. That was a rush game because of like how massively popular KOTOR was.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, the fact that I think that game got made in like 9 months, and obviously they used a lot of assets from the first one, but they changed a lot of shit too. Really could have done with another year's worth of development. But in terms of like Krea's viewpoint on the Force, Krea is one of the most, you're going to see a lot of videos. If you search about Krea on YouTube, you see a lot of videos about people breaking down the way she talks about everything and the nature of the Force itself, the light side and the dark side. And it's very interesting. And, the fact that she set out to basically fucking destroy everything and bring everything down. It's kind of a unique backstory for somebody.
Please excuse me, guys. I just have to dealing with the saber manufacturers right now, so I'm still here.
You're excused.
Ryan, if you could read that one, I'd appreciate it.
Giuliano Casade for Aussie 10. I thought it was fucking Italian. Maybe he's Australian. Theory. I've reached out before regarding my main channel. It's blocked here. I cannot super chat or interact. My main channel name is SWP1. Can you help me, please? You're my only.
That's
hope.
weird. I don't know why it'd be blocked. I have no idea. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if YouTube is trying to take over. But yeah, I noticed that on my gaming channel for over a year now. People can't really super chat much. It's strange. Don't know.
Very strange.
But it seems to be working for everyone else. So like, we have how many super chats we got tonight? Over 170.
So he's saying it's user error, Adriano. That's what he just said. Sorry, we don't know.
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'll have to check the blocked account, but I don't think you're blocked.
Yeah, Legend Tom Hardy is the Krea twins. To be honest, his accent is so thick on top of his mumbling is almost inaudible. Mauler will have to judge. Great movie. It says Night King 01.
Well, I haven't seen it, but you can't go wrong with Tom Hardy, right? Right?
No, Tom Hardy's dope.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's cool.
Venom's great.
He's never had any characters that are inaudible or mumbly. Juan.
I think his most inaudible was probably in Lawless.
In Lawless?
Yeah, you guys remember that?
I don't know.
Was Sheila Buff in that? Was that something else?
Sheila Boof.
La Biauf.
Big Play Quay. Mauler. All your podcasts start in the middle of work, you Welsh fuck. Love your work, though. First time super chatter. Same for Theory and RK.
I'm sorry.
Big Play Quay.
All my friends are on the other side of the planet, okay? So All the British people have to suffer if they want to listen to what I'm up to.
Well, he's American.
Huh?
He's American.
How do you know?
Because it says $4.99. Like he's super chatting American dollars.
Yeah. You can still be in Britain super chatting dollars. I don't know how this shit works.
It would say pounds or whatever.
You
I mean,
could be
maybe he's using a VPN. I don't know.
Yeah, it
Big
could be
Play Quay. I'm just saying, Big Play Quay sounds like an American.
Well, then,
And also, he
that's
called you a
his
Welsh
fault.
fuck.
In that case, that's his fault because you guys, this is on your time or whatever. Wait, what time is it in America right now? Yeah, this is like
8:31 p.m.
Oh wait, you said middle of work. Wait, is that the middle of work for you guys? I guess the start is maybe.
Depends
Well,
on what part of
whatever.
America you are.
Watch the VOD then.
we have more than one time zone because we're actually a big country.
Oh, that must suck.
Kind of does, yeah.
You're a suck.
Because Theory usually says, "Hey, this is on at 2," and I have to be like, "You mean Pacific, right?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, 5 Eastern." And this time he's like, "We start at 5 now, Miami time." Is what he said. Not like a time zone. 5 Miami time is what he DM'd me.
Fuck off.
Whenever we book American guests, every time it's a different fucking set of letters. They're like, I'm in C Flea Flea and blah 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 Z-Zel Dibble. And it's like, what the fuck does any of that mean?
Okay, so officially, if any of you got an Annie episode 3 saber from me, spam 1 right now. If you ordered it before today, then yours is going to be coming out. It's going to be shipping tomorrow. So if you still want it out quick, get a few more orders in until the 25th. After that, it'll be in February. Until thoughts on Rey Skywalker. Twitter fans get so mad at me when I tell them she's not a Skywalker. Oh, whatever. That's dude. You just gotta be like, yeah, whatever. Honestly, they're gonna have their own rhetoric on it, and that's honestly Disney's fucking fault for creating something like that and dividing the fan base like that. But at the end of the day, people are gonna enjoy what they want to enjoy, and I think I'm all for that. So as long as everyone can enjoy it, that's great.
I mean, I just didn't even realize it should be controversial. The fact that she could just go like, I'm a Skywalker now. I was like, no. Imagine Palpatine said that. Would we be defending it as ardently? Like, yeah, Palpatine is a Skywalker. Look at him go.
I firmly believe that people are able to choose their own identity, regardless of whether we're talking about gender or race or surname. So I have no problems with it, obviously.
Someone who likes a lot of Filoni's work, especially Clone Wars, I've loved seeing Mauler and Ryan on the show. Almost as if you can like people who don't agree with everything you agree with. Yeah, they're honestly, I think of them as good friends. So
thank you, Orcaz.
Yeah, I mean, people don't get that. It's so weird. Like you gotta hang out with people that are in your echo chamber, that are yes men. Like, why would you want that? It's so much more, I would say, inclusive to be talking to people that have different views and opinions of everything. It broadens your horizons and makes you more capable of being able to ingest other forms of opinions. It's great.
I find more things to disagree with Ryan on, like, passionately, because I always feel like you bring out a hot take, and then I'm sitting there, like, on FNT, like, I don't know, that just seems right. Then, one day.
Really, while we've been sitting here, I've had 3 of these. 3 fucking liters, man. I got to take another piss.
That's a lot. As crazy as it sounds, when I'm on FNT, I'm usually like the person who's trying to like dial it back a little bit and give what I think is a little more like balanced perspective. It just depends, right? It's like kind of like what Theory just said. If we're all just fucking shitting all over the same thing, it's like, well, let's think of it from this perspective. What could they be thinking this? Could this have been what they meant? Even if I'm not super devoted to that frame of thought, just because I think it's fun to actually have those discussions and hear those arguments. But
well, let's challenge you right now. Say that what is the best aspect of Dave Filoni as a creator?
The best aspect of Dave Filoni. I think that what is true is that Dave Filoni in his work on Clone Wars was able to get an entire generation of people actually invested in like the character of Ahsoka, right? By generation, I mean the people that happen to be watching Clone Wars at that time. So he has been involved with a character that one time people really liked. You have to give that to him. And a lot of people really liked Ahsoka during Clone Wars. So you would think that in theory, he should be able to tell stories in the Star Wars universe, even if they're ancillary attached to other characters that people could get invested in. But I don't like that. You know what I mean? I don't like her character. I don't like pretty much anything I've ever seen Dave Filoni do. So it's tough for me to tell you what the best aspect of him as a creator is. This is what I'll say. I actually think that, Dave is very knowledgeable about Star Wars. The problem is I don't think he gives a fuck about anyone's vision except for his. I'll say that. I think Dave's very knowledgeable on Star Wars. I think that's undeniable. But the problem is it doesn't come with like a reverence for anyone else who's worked on it. He only cares about his plan, including even fucking George Lucas, by the way. Like George, who wanted Ahsoka to die, who thought Ahsoka should die, had arguments with Dave saying, no, she has to die, blah, blah, blah. What have we seen? Ahsoka becomes basically the center of the Star Wars universe for Dave Filoni. So
it's good that you've wrapped that up right when he arrives so that, he doesn't have to experience any of that. Dave.
We've talked about it before.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But yeah, it was convenient.
Mm-hmm.
We just solved world hunger.
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
We decided to go the Thanos route, kill half the population.
Oh, sick. Nice.
The other half can eat the corpses then.
So just reduce the demand.
Correct.
Yeah. Don't actually increase the food. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
How has nobody thought of this before? What the fuck?
I don't know.
People are so dumb.
Hot take, 80% of Bond films are really bad. Just big budget exploration. B films, also Bond being Scottish, I believe Fleming added in after the movie.
He may have done it after like Sean Connery was cast, maybe, but like certainly in the novels.
As for big budget exploration B films, I thought for some reason I read that first time and thought they'd said like well, it doesn't matter. They're probably thinking of Roger Moore's era more than anything, I'd imagine.
Roger Moore's era is so hit or miss.
Yeah.
It's like awesome Bond movie, fucking dog shit. Awesome Bond movie, awful. I love Roger Moore, but that era is kind of like my least favorite Bond. I would rather see 10 Timothy Dalton movies.
Timothy Dalton was great. Roger Moore was. I didn't really connect with him that much when I was a kid. I think Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton. I didn't like Pierce Brosnan's portrayal of Bond.
He's my favorite.
I like him. He's like, to me, he's a Timothy Dalton was a little bit ahead of his time. Timothy Dalton, like especially shifting from Roger Moore, I guess having like the one, shifting from Roger Moore to Timothy Dalton are like so polar opposites. Because the Roger Moore are all the super like slapsticky, like outrageous fun type of things. Timothy Dalton's are like pretty fucking dark. And I think that was too vehemently like shifted one way. I don't think people are really ready for that from Bond. So I think it was kind of ahead of his time. But Pierce Brosnan's a good balance, though. He brought it a little bit down, a little more like light in tone than Dalton was certainly.
What's crazy to me about Brosnan's run is like GoldenEye. That's my favorite Bond film of all time. I think like I have so much to praise about how they did it. Tomorrow Never Dies is like it's fine. It's getting a little bit weird, and then World Is Not Enough is really goofy, and they're completely losing touch with whatever they had. And then Die Another Day is a clown film like that. It's so weird how they progressed over the 4 films, just becoming more and more insane.
They got outrageous. Like Die Another Day is freaking because Die Another Day is the one with the solar like satellite like fucking laser beam ice one. Yeah
the guy with diamonds in his face and the aging I never sleep thing. There's so much goofy shit in there.
Madonna's in it.
I should watch it. Is she
is she also does the theme song Die Another Day.
Which one was the one with Grace Jones?
Let me find out.
Can't remember. I remember that one was good.
Mayday, you mean A View to a Kill, sorry.
A View to a Kill, yeah. Is that with Sean Connery?
I want to say Roger Moore, but
A View to a Kill.
To a Kill.
I don't remember who is that one.
God, I love Bond movies.
A View to a Kill. Isn't that I thought it was more, but there's one like later one that that Sean Connery does, but I don't remember. Yeah, it's View to a Kill is Roger Moore.
Okay, yes, Grace Jones. Cool.
Roger Moore's 7th and final appearance.
If I comment in the chat, they won't even show. I think I'm blocked. It's weird. Maybe YouTube blocked you. I have no idea. But I mean, super chats are coming through here. So what's up, Rossi?
You have to be a misogynist to comment in this chat.
Oh, God. Whatever. To be considered a Skywalker, pretty sure you need to lose at least one limb. Rey's just taking the easy route by not. Yes, I know. She's just getting a leg up everywhere.
Well, she loses other people's limbs.
Oh my gosh, bro. Another 50. J Mac, thank you. What the heck?
It's because he likes my hat.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's definitely the hat.
It is a hat. You're the good luck charm.
Rocking it.
Rocking. What are you guys doing tonight? Because we just finished Super Chat. So.
I need to fucking leave pretty like now. So, you know, it was a bit longer than I should have.
We should probably wrap up because there's someone I want to show you as well, but off stream for a stream idea potentially. I'm not sure.
Okay. Wow, this was a 4-hour. Oh, no, I was doing it for half an hour. Yeah, 3.5 hour. Crazy. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, I assume we're not going to be doing it next Monday because of MegaCon. What is next Monday?
Next Monday will be a couple days before MegaCon, but obviously you're mobile.
It's 29th. No, I'll be in Orlando by then.
There you go.
So we could even do it together.
Maybe.
Ooh, yeah, dude.
She could wear the hat.
You can wear.
Fuck yeah, dude. Let's just do it. Just invite myself over to your house. Hey, man. What's up? Oh. Saying this is a Bond guy that thinks On Her Majesty's Secret Service is the best in the series behind Casino Royale, which in my opinion is superior to the book. Yeah, I don't think I saw On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
That's George Lazenby one. No, that's the one George Lazenby one that he did.
Right.
What I'll say is, I think a lot of people, when looking back on Bond, are mainly remembering the films they loved. They're not thinking about the many they kind of ignored and went, "Oh, not that one. Ooh, not that one." Mm-hmm. There's a lot of not that one, and there's some like Moonraker where people are like, "It's goofy, but come on, like, we love it." It's really up to you. I can understand the perspective.
Yeah, right. All right, boys. Well, that was it for the show tonight. Mauler, I'll stay on so we can chat. Ryan, can you stay on for a sec too?
Sure.
Man. Okay, boys. We'll see you guys next week. If we don't, there'll be an announcement, but there's going to be a ton of videos and vlogs and fun stuff of all of us actually hanging out in person. So stay tuned for that. MegaCon's going to be pretty wild. Love you all. Check out the sabers. May the force be with you.
Bye.
Peace.